shouldn't have him there on the side.
Huh?
Yeah, we should not have him there on the side, right?
Because
I mean, if he, I'm not going to move him. From,
all three. I mean, you just want to
just
move.
make it more proper, right? Like,
You want to move. I mean, you want to put Kyle where Mina is, and then put his name there. So Kyle's next to. Because I mean, the problem is you have three presenters. They can't all be at the.
right.
Steve wants to do a short welcome,
Perfect.
particularly acknowledgement to the fight. Why don't you go up and put that?
It's extended.
And I think it's fine to do it on camera.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Hey, folks. We can take our seats so we can get started, please. Thank you, everybody. Couple quick announcements. If you have a cell phone, please silence it. Please silence your cell phones. And one other announcement. If I could get everyone's attention, please. Not this session, but the session immediately following this, we're going to be streaming live to PBS. So just be aware that we'll have a big audience for that one. Okay, guys?
Would you like me to?
I'm going to talk about the nomination system.
Thanks for asking.
So,
When I was a kid, everyone said Klondike. I don't know how they got that.
let's see. Did you do a paper?
Hey, how's it going?
Okay.
All right. Can everybody hear me? Okay, good morning, everyone. Hope everyone enjoyed the day yesterday. I felt like a grad student, like Bob Brunner mentioned early on in the day. I hope there's no exam, and look forward to another great day today. Before we start, I just wanted to take 2 minutes to acknowledge two people. One of whom is over here today, Gene Fife. He was the chair of this council. He actually ran it when Philip went to the 9/11. Didn't you run the Miller Center for a year or two? Well, Philip went to the 9/11 Commission, and he was a board member for over 20 years, I think. So Gene just had an enormous impact on this place, and I think it's worth acknowledging his impact. And a funny story, and it gets to the other person I'd like to acknowledge is that Gene was here so long, he was desperate to find a replacement as chair. It felt like quicksand, I guess, even though he loved the place dearly. And so his shoes were so big to fill that a woman named Alice Handy and I hatched a plot to try to smooth the transition from Gene. And so she became chair and I became vice chair. And Alice was a phenomenal chair. And unfortunately, she can't be here today because she passed away very unexpectedly not very long ago. So it was a sad time. Alice, like Gene, had an amazing impact on this place. I think the staff really felt her presence here, and you'll see some of the materials hanging on the wall were Alice's ideas about mission, vision, values, and stuff. So anyway, when you're got a couple of giants in the history of this place, I thought it was acknowledging both Jean and Alice. So.
Given the silence, I assume we should begin.
There aren't many, so it's easy.
To those who are joining us anew, I am Bob Bruner, Professor Emeritus here at the University of Virginia and a Senior Fellow of the Miller Center, and I'm so pleased to extend a welcome and best wishes to all of you. This is day 2 of our program toward a more responsible and effective presidency. Day 1 was a home run, in my view. I learned so much, and it was inspiring to see the spirited exchange among all of the guests and residents here at the university who are very, very interested and concerned about the future of the presidency and its strengths and opportunities and weaknesses. So we continue today. We have 3 sessions coming forward. This first session is aimed at exploring previous reforms and the evolution of rules, norms, and practices that they spawned, the interaction of these institutions and the way they are practiced is of particular concern to us today. And this session will look at how all of those norms have evolved. So critics have charged that the presidential selection process is flawed and failing the nation. So the question is, how have those selection practices arisen? How the changing rules, norms, and parties changed how we elect presidential candidates over time? How serious are the flaws? Maybe they're not serious, or maybe they are really serious, and we should pay deep attention to the way they impact the responsiveness and effectiveness of the U.S. presidency. What would it take to correct the apparent flaws in presidential selection? For resolution of these issues, should we be looking at political parties to change what they do, or should we appeal to a higher authority, a change in the laws or even the Constitution? So these are deep, deep questions. To help address these questions in this 90-minute segment, we have 9 experts, 8 of whom are at the table, 1 of whom will join us by digital connection. And all of them bring years of assessment based on public service, journalism, and/or scholarly research. For the sake of brevity, I won't introduce them. They are known by virtue of introductions yesterday to many of you and can be found in the backup materials for the conference. I refer you to their biographical profiles there. Though during the discussion, I'll say a few words about each person. So here's how we'll proceed. We have papers that have been prepared in advance of the conference. We'll ask for a presentation of the papers and then invite respondents around the table and online to help us understand some of the nuances or perhaps improvements or objections to the papers, such as they may be. Think of this as a graduate student seminar, as a notion I raised in a session yesterday. We don't want to sit around the table saying kumbaya and nodding in unison. We really want to, exchange ideas back and forth. And it's the exchange of ideas that matters so much, because here at the Miller Center, we want to take this conversation and think about juicy questions and issues that we could drill into in the following months and years, and thereby lend new insights to the world of practice and research. So here's how I'll proceed. I'm going to ask my colleague Sid Milkus to channel Mike Nelson, who is the author of the first paper. Mike is unable to be with us because of an illness, temporary illness. Mike, if you're online, we wish you well and a speedy recovery. But we can trust Sid to fairly represent Mike's,
I don't know about that.
Mike's ideas.
Right.
And this opening essay argues that the presidency is structured by two constitutions, a capital C constitution that we all know and cherish, as well as a small c, an informal constitution. And so we need to understand what's the difference between the two and what impact do the two constitutions have on the presidency, after which I'll call on Josh Bolton, Mina Bose, Russell Riley, and then return to our backup hitter, Sid Milkus, to respond, all responding to Mike Nelson's essay. And then I'll ask Elaine Kmark and Kyle Kondik to discuss their essays, also which were prepared in advance of this session, and which frame the history of the presidential nominating process, a very complicated series of dance steps to all of us who had no appreciation for the complexity of presidential nominating processes. And then I'll turn to other respondents, Ron Christie, who is online, Sarah Perry, Jennifer Lawless, and we will proceed from there. Did I miss anybody? Or do I have any corrections, emendations? Then let's get going. Sid, tell us about Mike Nelson's essay in the two constitutions.
Yeah. Morning, everybody. Put your virtual glasses on and imagine I'm 6'5" with a full head of white hair. Mike's core argument is that the broad language of the Constitution, the Constitution with a capital C, has been reinterpreted throughout American history by developments, though while not formal amendments to the original document, become accepted norms. And as Mike says, norms come with customs and expectations. Now, one of the interesting things that I learned from the Trump presidency is how much the so-called guardrails of American politics rely on norms, not formal written laws and not the formal Constitution. For example, the independence, some deference to the Department of Justice is not written into the Constitution, but it became a custom, a norm after Watergate, which Trump violated. Now, though that's a serious matter, the point Mike seems to want to make, and I didn't have a chance to talk with him about this, I'm going to interpret Mike, but his point is we must not make fetishes of norms, because sometimes it's useful to change them. And I think this is in the spirit of Jefferson's notion that Jefferson's exalted and elusive hope that the Constitution could be a living, breathing thing. The change of norms is one way that we've done that in American politics. And Mike points to two such changes that have changed the executive office, and he thinks better equipped it for purposeful leadership. One is Andrew Jackson's interpretation of the veto power, the strengthening of the veto power. From Washington to John Quincy Adams, when presidents vetoed a bill, the norm was that they would only veto bills that they felt violated the Constitution. This was in deference to the legislative process. The president shouldn't be absent from it, but nor should the president dominate the legislative process. And in fact, during those first 6 presidencies, there were very few vetoes. I think 9 there might have been, and only three of which were important. But when it came to the battle over the National Bank, which really was one of the leading fault lines in the early republic, Andrew Jackson, who we might say is the first populist president in the United States, felt that it was necessary to strengthen that veto power. And he felt he had the right to veto the National Bank because it was bad policy. He also felt it was unconstitutional, but he didn't feel that he had to make that case to veto this, because this was bad policy that would aggravate virulent inequality in American politics, create a monopoly that deprived Americans of the free pursuit of economic opportunity. So that is one norm that Mike looks at, and it's in the 19th century. And it's part and parcel of the president becoming sort of the guardian of a decentralized republic, because with the killing off of the National Bank, power shifted in most respects to the Congress and the states. And the presidency, outside of episodes like the Civil War, becomes a pretty weak institution. James Bryce, in fact, makes this one of his leading arguments in his book about the American Commonwealth at the end of the 19th century. So these change in norms are a big deal. They, in effect, change the Constitution, the way we think about the Constitution with a big C. And then the other one is Theodore Roosevelt's birthing of the rhetorical presidency. One quote from yesterday that stuck in my head as I read Mike's essay is Don Baer's point. He said, "Words matter." And in the 19th century, the norm was that presidential words can be very dangerous. Until the 20th century, it was believed that the norm was that presidents should show deference to Congress and the parties, respecting parties as collective organizations with a past and a future. And their rhetoric was to be limited to formal statements, the Gettysburg Address, Lincoln, for example, or written statements. What they were not supposed to do was to appeal over the heads of Congress to the American people directly, to put the pressure of public opinion, to use public opinion as a weapon to force the hand of Congress. That was too much. That was viewed as too much of an intervention in the legislative process. The one 19th century president who tried to go over the heads of Congress and appeal directly to the people to push his views of where policy goes was Andrew Johnson, who did this with respect to the Reconstruction legislation. And for this, he was impeached. There's 2 articles of impeachment that accuse him of bad and improper rhetoric. Obviously, the standards have changed in terms of the conversation of American democracy. And he was not convicted by the Senate, but his presidency was essentially defanged as a result of that impeachment episode. Theodore Roosevelt, I keep dropping this, so I'm going to. And I'm Mike Nelson anyway, so it doesn't matter. Theodore Roosevelt felt that the 20th century brought issues, the Industrial Revolution, the fact that the Industrial Revolution had pushed America into world affairs, the Spanish-American War. So the presidency had to be strengthened. And part of that was giving birth to what's called the rhetorical presidency. And what Mike means by that, and what the way political scientists usually think of it, is the use of rhetoric to form direct ties with the American people, and as a principal tool of presidential leadership. Roosevelt birthed the rhetorical presidency in the battle over the Hepburn Act. This was an act to regulate railroads. Railroads were one of the most powerful corporations that had emerged from the Industrial Revolution at the beginning of the 20th century. They determined which towns would live and die. And they also discriminated against small shippers. So Roosevelt pushed this Hepburn Act, which would regulate railroads so they could not discriminate against small shippers. It regulated the way their rate making of people who used their services. It was resisted by the Congress, particularly by the Senate. Remember, the Senate was not elected directly by the people at this time. This was in 1906. Not till 1917 did we get an amendment, I think it was 1917, did we get an amendment passed that establishes direct the direct election of senators within the state. So, facing that resistance, Roosevelt went on the road, a tour around the country, and put pressure on Congress by mobilizing public opinion in support of his Hepburn, in support of the Hepburn Act. And Senate eventually caves. And so Andrew Johnson's defeat is transformed into a great victory by Theodore Roosevelt, and the rhetorical presidency begins to become a leading instrument of presidential power. One thing I would add to this is Woodrow Wilson, in a sense, made this small c change in the Constitution part of the big C Constitution by being the first president since John Adams to go to the Congress directly and give the State of the Union message. Now, the Big C Constitution provides that the president should go to the Congress to give us to report on the State of the Union, but that doesn't say how. And Washington and Adams went to the Congress, but Jefferson, being a good Democrat and believing in a limited presidency until he became president, felt that this was too much like the monarch in Britain, giving out commands to the Parliament. So he abandoned that custom, and he gave his State of the Union message to the Clerk of the House, who read his State of the Union message. That custom continued up until Woodrow Wilson. Even Theodore Roosevelt didn't abandon that custom. So I think this rhetorical presidency is a big part of the more general development of the modern presidency. There are two main pillars of the modern presidency: the rhetorical presidency, the other being the administrative presidency. Those are the two tools. Executive orders, in a sense, part of the administrative presidency. Trump, excuse the words, that used to be a good verb. Trump, the veto as a key way for the president to participate in law and in policy making. In fact, makes the president a lawmaker in many respects. Rhetoric is an important part of that. So I just want two simple questions as we proceed and talk about norms. What norms should we get rid of? Are there some norms that we're fetishizing that are weakening presidential authority? And my favorite is the filibuster. I think we ought to get rid of that. And in contrast, are there some small c changes you think would buttress the Constitution? For example, Will Howe and Terry Moe, and I think Bill in his introduction to the program that you have, suggest that one thing we might do is establish the fast track process for legislation, which now only applies to trade legislation. Will and Terry and Bill suggest that ought to be in place for all laws, and that would mean for when a law is put before Congress, it takes an up or down vote, and that would expedite the legislative process, and then what some people call legislative gridlock. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Sid.
I'll become Sid Milkis again now. So I'm going to shrink and I'm going to lose some hair. I'm sorry.
I thought I was going to be.
Oh, you? Oh, okay. I grant thee.
So here I become more of a traffic director, and we have 4 respondents to Mike Nelson's essay, and I'm going to call on respondents in pairs in hopes of stimulating some conversation across the table or up and down the table. But I would ask all of our respondents and presenters to limit their remarks to 4 minutes, and I will keep time. To begin with, Josh Bolton and Mina Bose, tell us, is there a small c constitution in practice or in research, in theory? How have the tendencies of the White House been to respond to the constraints of the Big C Constitution, and what should we worry about? Josh and Mina?
Yep. Thank you, Bob. First of all, I join the spirit of your remark at the outset that yesterday was a home run. I thought it was a terrific program. But I will I'll extend the baseball metaphor to say that I don't think we hit a home run. I think we hit a double. And there's a runner on second, and we need to bring him home.
The Phillies lost last night. I wish you would.
I do not expect to contribute to that, but I do have a few comments. First of all, yes, of course there's a small c constitution, and it's a good thing. I think one of the part of the genius of our system of governance is to have a fixed constitution that turns out to be relatively flexible to accommodate all of the small c norms, customs, expectations, and so on, and they are mostly good things. In my own experience in governance, they were some of the things that made, in my judgment, good governance possible. Most of them involve some element of the relationship between the president and Congress. I think there are relatively few norms, I think, that constrain what a president does these days, and I don't think we should expect to be able to reverse that in any way, even though in many cases we wish we could. But there do remain a lot of norms that govern the relationship, both within the Congress and in particular between the president and Congress. A relatively small example from my experience as the budget director is that the budget director can reprogram money that's been appropriated in the budget. But the budget director typically does not dare do so without the informal approval of the chair, the relevant chair of the Appropriations Committee. Sid or Mike, whoever, mentioned fast track, which, by the way, does not currently exist because it has expired. But that's an important point, and I'm glad you brought it up. I started out my government career as an international trade lawyer, and fast track was the biggest thing around. And it's largely a fiction. It is a construct of people who want to be constrained by some kind of rule in the way they behave with each other. And there are trade-offs involved. There's a specific trade-off in fast track which permits a president. By the way, it's now called Trade Promotion Authority, which is a much better phrase because somebody in the labor movement figured out that fast track was a railroad of legislation running over the working man in this country. So the name got changed to Trade Promotion Authority, but it's basically a deal in which the Congress says, yes, Mr. President, you can negotiate a trade agreement in whatever fashion you deem appropriate, bring it to the Congress. We will give it an up or down vote without amendments because we cannot expect the president to negotiate essentially a very complicated, often multi-party treaty, and then have that picked apart, the deals that you made when you bring them back to the Congress. And the president, for his part, agrees that he will consult the Congress during the course of the negotiation. Neither party needs to do either of those things under the Constitution, but they've achieved a modus vivendi, which in the trade area worked extremely well. I like, Bill, your suggestion of extending that more broadly. But in our current environment, we're actually headed in the wrong direction. Like I said, the Trade Promotion Authority has expired. The Biden administration has had no interest in pursuing an extension of the Trade Promotion Authority because they fear the Congress on anything having to do with trade legislation and have therefore abandoned the field. And what I think we need to do is try to generate more of those sorts of customs and norms that that promote what I referred to yesterday as, I think, what ought to be one of our guiding stars is how do we incent governing from the center, and governing more by compromise than by brute force, which I think has afflicted us in many ways. We've got two problems doing that these days. The first is mundane, the second is existential. The mundane problem is that we have lost our ability to get people to put themselves, our political leaders, to put themselves in philosopher John Rawls's initial position. And by the way, that's the first time I've referred to a philosopher ever. I am
Stuck the landing.
well. Thank you, Russell. But I'm just going to plead with my academic and other intellectual colleagues not to correct me, because it'll be deeply painful, because I've not only never cited a philosopher, I don't think I've read one in 40 years, but I do remember John Rawls's initial position. And John Rawls's initial position was that, yes, you can set the rules for society in advance as long as you don't know who you're going to be in society. And we need to have more setting of these norms and customs and rules, especially in the relationship in Congress. If people think of themselves as, I don't know whether I'm going to be in the minority or the majority, and I have to expect that I'm going to have to live with the rules, whatever they are, either way. That's part of what helps keep something like fast track going, like the accommodation from the budget director to not to reprogram money without the consent of others. I'm looking at Valerie Boyd, who has an important paper to present later that Tom Donnellan gave a nice shout out to yesterday. But she and the rest of the Partnership for Public Service are struggling with how to help the president get his nominees approved by Congress, or how to, more importantly, how to get a good government in place relatively rapidly with the people that the president wants and deserves. And there's been a breakdown there because our leaders have not put themselves in the Rawlsian initial position. They
Josh.
Oh, 4 minutes, okay.
1 minute.
1 minute. So that's the mundane problem, is let's try to figure out how we get our leaders to think of themselves as having to be on either side of that. The existential problem is the one that's been underlying most of our conversation over the course of the last day, is that there are government leaders and politicians who don't particularly care whether they are, if they put themselves in the Rawlsian position, they don't particularly care where they end up, because they do not have actual governing objectives. And that, it seems to me, is the greater problem and the greater threat we have to address in our governance today.
Thank you very much.
I'll reserve the balance of my time if I had any.
Mina?
Thank you, Bob. It's very exciting to be part of this conversation. When I heard John Rawls, I definitely flashed back to my political theory seminar in my first year of graduate school. I think I remember the theory of justice. But I wanted to actually pick up, Josh, where you ended, with the question of do we have enough elected officials who care about generating these norms? And that, I think, is the real concern. I've redone this presentation multiple times now, as my notes show. I had some points coming in. Then after yesterday's talk, after yesterday's instructive discussions, I reworked it. And then I've been thinking more just in conversations with people today, over the past day, and hearing the comments from Sid, this very helpful overview of what you and Mike have written about in your textbook, The American Presidency, Origins and Development. It's a wonderful kind of overview of the evolution of presidential power. And then hearing the practical piece of that, Josh, from your experiences at OMB and in trade policy and in governance, it seems to me that without a doubt, the small c Constitution exists. And I could just, if we could go back to Federalist 70, right, and the Hamilton's call for energy in the executive, that presidents can be checked with dependence on the people and a sense of responsibility, that they will respect the norms of the office. The challenge today, I think, is the end of Mike's essay, where he says that the small c constitutional presidency has evolved when a president decides the time for change is right and the country agrees. And I'm not sure that we have either of those variables in place right now. I would say the second one is more serious. But if we look at the change of that Andrew Jackson made with using the veto power for policy purposes, and then the evolution of the rhetorical presidency, which we'll be discussing in more detail later in the session, those were major shifts in the exercise of presidential power. When we look at presidential power today, some of the initial, over the last decade, there have been calls that presidents should socialize more with the opposition. How do we get past gridlock? How do we get past polarization? Presidents should engage more with their political opposition, that Congress needs to do more than be there Tuesday through Thursday. It certainly looks like the House will be there through this weekend, but that's kind of a precondition for governance. So I'm not sure that it's not a good thing that we're in this situation. I'm not sure that more socialization is sufficient, frankly, but that's a norm that's been raised. Another one is actually more communication. I think Jennifer brought up yesterday the issue of the public rejecting government programs, right, or saying that they don't support them while they benefit from them, right, whether it be Medicare, other policies, earned income credit. And there's been scholarship written on this. Susan Mettler published a book about a decade ago, The Submerged State, and how government invisible government policies undermine democracy. I think that's certainly true, that we need to, it's important for the president, the White House, the executive branch to make clear how people benefit from the policies that are enacted, but that's no easy task, and people tune out. The president gave an address last night for about 15 minutes from the Oval Office. I think there was a time when anytime there was a presidential speech, that was kind of where you had to focus. Now you can catch it later. You can see a live stream. You can see a recording. It's difficult to cut through the noise, and it's difficult when you have multiple audiences. I heard a critique this morning where someone said that was clearly that the speech yesterday was designed for a domestic audience and wasn't paying sufficient attention to international audiences. So, yep, 1 minute? Okay. Challenges that were all raised yesterday: populism, social media, permanent campaign. What can presidents do? I would say that it is not the time for changing norms, though we need to keep it in mind. But we're in a period of extreme polarization, which means power politics. I think that the White House and Congress need to move forward, and with the hopes that with the passage of time, we'll move past this period of incivility and danger, real threats that are coming to political leaders and interest group leaders. It's very troubling. I think that what maybe, if I would say a norm, it would be that perhaps the leaders of the two political parties need to start cultivating the next generation. There's a big question as to who comes next, and there are a lot of possibilities, but we seem to be in a generational impasse right now, and it's not clear where we're going. And maybe that's an area where the president and the White House can do more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mina. Russell Riley and Sid Milkus, Russell, you are co-director of the Presidential Studies program here at the Miller Center, and everyone knows and loves Sid. How have the tendencies of modern presidents to go over the heads of Congress affected the small c Constitution, and by their rhetoric have created perhaps a direct relationship to the public? What do you gentlemen think?
Terrific. Thanks, Bob. The first thing I want to do is to issue an additional word of thanks that, Bill and Christina have been thanked previously, and I'll do that again. But I also want to thank my teachers here. And by teachers, I mean the people through the Presidential Oral History program we've had the privilege of sitting down and listening to over decades to collect their wisdom and thoughts. I looked through the program yesterday, and I counted about 10 people, 10 former White House officials who are contributing now. I'll identify Josh since he's just to my right. It's not just for my education that we do these things, but it's for the broader public education. And so I would encourage you, this is the commercial part of my presentation. If you're interested in these things, Josh spent 4 different afternoons with us, as I recall. And it's absolutely riveting to sit down and listen to these people talk about what their experiences are in the White House. It's a public service endeavor, but it's just outright educational. And I encourage you to go look, not only at his interview, but at the others if you're interested. I want to step back, and I'll do this in the tradition of the graduate seminar. I'll answer the question that I prepared to answer rather than the one that you asked. But I want to deal with just 2 topics, and one of these is to draw back and sort of recast what it is that we're doing here. And part of what we're trying to accomplish is an understanding of what that small c Constitution looks like now. And importantly, I think 2 of our colleagues yesterday identified one of the core problems, and that is that the 45th presidency is sui generis. Both Judge Ludig and Pete Weiner use that phraseology. It's almost impossible for us now to get a very refined sense about what the small c Constitution looks like because we haven't quite figured out what the impact of that sui generis presidency was on our institution. So that's the first thing. Normally, a one-term president would not get very much discussion in a conference of this nature a couple of years later, right? Because there wouldn't be an expectation that a single-term president would have much of an impact on the institution. Not many Herbert Hoover Republicans after his presidency, right? No offense, but not many Jimmy Carter Democrats, not many George H.W. Bush Republicans, right? So,
you meant George W.
No, he had 2 terms. So anyway, that's the first point that I wanted to make is about the difficulty of trying to get a sense about what the overall picture of the small c Constitution looks like. The second one I'll pick up, and this is oddly an effort. It may be saying there's a reason for optimism out there, and that is in the period of 1868. I mean, there's not many instances where we would look back there and think, oh, my God, the 1870s were a terrible time. But if we're meeting in 1870, we would have some pretty significant reasons to believe that that small c Constitution was in a very, very bad condition, right? Because part of what Sid mentioned earlier, we'd come through a period of time where there might have been a change in the presidential use of rhetoric because of what Andrew Johnson did. If we were in 1870, we were looking at and we were trying to consider what the status of the presidency was, we would have been overly influenced by Andrew Johnson's experience as president. The second thing, we might have believed that impeachment was going to become a permanent fixture of our political landscape. Neither of those 2 things happened, right? So there are a lot of reasons why the 1870s are terrible, don't get me wrong. But if we're meeting, this original house actually was here at the time. We would have had to met there. This was 120 years later. But if we'd met in that original house and had these conversations, we might have been inclined to a degree of pessimism, at least on the institution that shouldn't have existed. So I'll stop with that.
Yeah, those are really interesting comments, Russell. I did reflect on your prompt that how has this rhetorical presidency affected American democracy and the Constitution. And rhetoric, this change with a small c was unassailable really until recently. When I would teach my students the Andrew Johnson episode and ask them what they thought about the articles of impeachment that indicted Johnson for bad and improper rhetoric, they thought that as much as they might, despise Johnson and his attempt to undermine Reconstruction, they didn't think that free speech could be at the center of an impeachment process. And basically, even the Republicans were very reluctant to take those two articles very, very seriously. And I think certainly presidential rhetoric has been an important part of presidential leadership, and sometimes to the good. This is one place where Biden seems to have fallen a bit short, and I wonder what you guys think about that. Whether that's one of the reasons that his favorability ratings seem to be below his accomplishments during his presidency. One of the things that I've really appreciate about proper rhetoric is as Felix Frankfurter said about Franklin Roosevelt, it enables the presidency, or allows the presidency to take the American people to school. And Roosevelt really did that very well by pioneering a new form of presidential communication, the fireside chat. But the style was important, but so was the substance. And one of Roosevelt's most important speeches was the Four Freedoms speech, where he tries to take account of a world changing, not only domestically, but we have the approach of World War II. This was his State of the Union message in 1941, and it was projected to the American people over the radio. And there he, in a sense, says we have to redefine the social contract. The traditional freedoms we celebrated, speech and religion, are no longer enough to protect freedom. We have to embrace freedoms that require more action on the part of the government rather than limiting government. And he talks about two. You're trying to remember freedom from fear.
Want and fear.
Freedom from want, which was embodied by the welfare state, and freedom from fear, which was embodied by the national security state, extended to homeland security. I think that small c change in the Constitution is at the foundation of the development of the government from the New Deal up until the late 60s, and it was a government that had, in many ways, was well respected. There was a lot of trust. So I think there are certainly some positive things about the rhetorical presidency, but very quickly, and I will.
1 minute.
Yeah, I can do this in 1 minute. I just mentioned three, I think. Well, let me just mention three potential problems. One, like executive action, like unilateral use of presidential power, giving the presidency so much opportunity to speak to the American people directly with the advancement of media may create the illusion of the president having more power than he actually has, just as Francis argues about the use of unilateral executive power. Second thing, I think, puts too much emphasis on communication, not enough on the nitty-gritty of policy. This is Elaine Kmark's point about the rhetorical presidency. And third, an argument that my colleague Barbara Perry has made, and others, is that the rhetorical presidency has degenerated so much that it has it has presented us with the power, with the problem of the constant threat of demagogues. Alexander Hamilton, I'll end with Alexander Hamilton rather than Rawls, which seems appropriate for this conference. Alexander Hamilton said that demagogues were those who flattered the prejudices of the people only to betray them. That seems like a great definition of a demagogue. And when you think about the advancements of technology and rhetoric, radio, television, to Twitter, that development, it seems to me, has presented the possibility of rhetoric being very damaging to American democracy. I don't know if that was
Thank you. Thank you. Elaine Kmark, you have written perhaps the iconic book on the presidential nominating process. Does that tilt the ability of presidents to gain office and govern once they've won the office?
Good, thank you. I want to talk about the nominating process because it creates a situation where we get presidential candidates that we never would have had in a previous era. So beginning in 1972, with the reforms that the Democratic Party made, and which ironically the Republican Party was forced to accept in some ways via legislation in state legislatures. So the Republican Party went through an inadvertent reform period in that period of time. Beginning in 1972, we went from a system where party leaders controlled the nomination process and primaries played a minor role to a period where primaries control the nomination process and party leaders play a minor role. And so we flipped. Now, what are the consequences of that flip? Political scientist Sundquist, who some of you know, said at the time, he said, previously an elite of party leaders performed a screening function. They administered a kind of competence test. They did not always exercise the duty credibly, but they did ensure that no one was nominated who was not susceptible to the preponderance of the party elite as its leader. That is no longer the case. I went to the 2016 Republican Convention for purposes of research for my book, and it was fascinating. First of all, lots of Republicans that I talked to did not like Donald Trump. They thought he was a dishonest demagogue type, and yet, to the extent that they were even at the convention, right? Because a lot of party leaders were not didn't even go. They were helpless. I'm the only person who watched the Rules Committee meeting on Monday afternoon of that convention. I mean, it was totally empty hall. And there was an attempt to mount a Never Trump, movement, and it failed. Okay, it failed pretty miserably. But there was a lot of anger there, and the anger there was that people who thought that Donald Trump shouldn't be president simply had no voice anymore. Okay, and people who understood what it took to govern, what it took to have the character to govern, they weren't part of the process. They were powerless. And these were people who when elected, you would have to govern with. Okay, so the question began to me to be, okay, what could we do to bring some peer review back into the nomination process? Now, let me state outright, I am not talking about returning to a smoke-filled room, okay? Because once you expand the franchise like this, the way we have, it's just unrealistic. As much as some people like the idea, it's not going to happen. But I am talking about various options for injecting the party leadership and people who know how to govern back into the nomination process. So let me give you three, and I'll tell you my favorite one. First one is to simply increase the number and role of superdelegates. I'm, of course, swimming against the tide here, but basically the Republicans don't have any superdelegates. Their automatic delegates are, in fact, required to vote for the outcome of the primary in that state. So I would say let both parties have a significant number of superdelegates who are allowed to go to the convention without having to vote for the person who won the state. The second is you could conduct a pre-primary endorsement process. This goes on in Massachusetts, it goes on in New Mexico, there's a couple other states that have tried it, where essentially delegates are chosen to a convention and they vote for the nominee of the party. And they usually have to get like 15%. It's a very low threshold. And then the voters get to vote among those. And this weeds out newcomers, it weeds out very marginal candidates, et cetera. The third option I would put on the table is the one I like most, which is to conduct a pre-primary vote of confidence among the following groups: the members of the House Democratic or Republican caucus, the members of the House Senate Democratic Republican caucus, Democratic and Republican governors, and members of the national committees, the Republican National Committee, the Democratic National Committee. That pre-primary vote of confidence could be, again, with a very low threshold, say 15%. And the vote would be, yes, we think you, and you are qualified to be president, and we think you reflect the values of our party. Okay, pure and simple. And then you go on to have a primary system. It's logistically a lot easier than having a pre-primary endorsement process, because you know who the groups are. Private secret ballot, okay, like they do for the House Speaker, secret ballot would be essential there. And it would essentially inject into this some kind of peer review. Now, the voters may go ahead and vote for somebody else, right? And in fact, as I've talked to various Republican friends about this, they've said, you know, in 2016, Republican voters were so mad at the establishment that you might have told them this, and they would have voted for Donald Trump anyways. Okay, and that's right. There's no way you can really prevent this. 1 minute, okay? So, but what I would suggest here is that we look at ways for injecting into the nomination process the missing element of peer review. That is a minimal way that we can try to protect against two problems. One, people who clearly do not have the capacity or the background to be president. And I'll ask you to go into my piece here and look at the footnote and look at the full answer that Donald Trump gave to the question of the nuclear triad. I mean, it's just astonishing, okay? Look at the full answer. And secondly, it would also protect parties and protect the party brand from being captured by someone who is not really of that party. It'd be another way for parties to keep their brand pure, whether you like it or not. Parties have an important role in the American electorate because they are a brand. And with that, I'll stop.
Thank you. Kyle, your essay on expansions and contractions of the people's power raises a number of, concerns about the role of the plebiscite in attracting, in nominating and electing presidents. Please give us the précis of your argument.
The thing I wanted to convey in the piece, and thanks for having me here today, was just how ad hoc our electoral system is, in that you have this electoral college system that's designed, with the Constitution, and it's not really designed for the kind of mass democracy that we have today. You don't even have a real, as I noted in the piece, you don't even really have the ability to actually calculate a national popular vote for presidency until 1824, so several decades after. They're actually up to 205 electoral votes, and you need 270 for it to trigger. And what would happen there is that if in fact the compact triggered, then all 270 electoral votes worth of those states, or however many were in the compact, would simply just award their electoral votes to the person who got the most popular votes. However, if you start drilling into the details of that, you can find problems. There are some states, particularly, I think one of the Dakotas has talked about doing this, that would decline to produce a popular vote for president. They would it would list the Democratic tally and the Republican tally, but they wouldn't actually give the names of the candidates. That basically, that there are ways for individual states to undermine a compact like that, let alone if you had a state that agreed to the compact 10 years ago and then it was under different administration later on. But so I don't, I'm not sitting here necessarily advocating for that, and I do think that there would be problems there. But as I note at the close of the essay, if you did have a system like that as a kind of an ad hoc add-on to our current system, it'd be pretty familiar to, or pretty similar to the fact that we use the Electoral College still, but it's now we're in a period of mass democracy, and also how we nominate presidents, in that you still have this sort of old school convention system, but the delegates are mostly chosen by the voters, and it's a democratic process grafted onto what's not really a democratic or small d democratic institution. So. One just final point. I just want to note this history because I didn't get a chance to note it in the piece, is that there actually was a significant effort to change the Constitution in the late 60s to get rid of the electoral vote. And part of it was the 1968 election. George Wallace came somewhat close to throwing that election to the House, and there was some bipartisan agreement to do away with the Electoral College. And so Birch Bayh, the senator from Indiana, his son Evan also served in the Senate. He was one of the leaders of that effort. It passed on a pretty overwhelming vote in the House, 339 to 70. It died in the Senate because of the filibuster, and basically the small states didn't want it. But interestingly, in that proposal, it wasn't just use the national popular vote to elect the president, but there also was a runoff component, although the cutoff line was 40%. So it wasn't like a true, you didn't need to get 50% on the first round. But I think that one final point, this is a point that Josh made about you have to change these things when you don't know if you're going to be in the majority or the minority. And we're at a point now where, like, John Rawls. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, right. But of course, if you look at public opinion polling, Democrats are much more supportive of getting rid of the Electoral College than Republicans are, for obvious reasons. They benefited from the system in both 2000 and 2016, so it's understandable. And so I think if you really wanted to do it, you'd have to get to a point where you didn't really perceive either side as having an advantage in the Electoral College. And the one way I could see that happening in the somewhat near future is if, like, Texas becomes a blue state. Texas is, just to put it in perspective, for our crystal ball electoral ratings at the Center for Politics, we have 43 electoral votes listed as toss-ups, not that many. Texas itself is 40. So, like, Texas, that's the one thing, is like, if maybe at some point Republicans will perceive that the Electoral College maybe isn't the backstop for them that they thought it is, and but then maybe the Democrats will want to protect it. So there are always complications of trying to change these things, and of course the bar is so high to change it.
Thank you, Kyle. We have 3 respondents to these 2 wonderful papers. Let me call on the first one. Ron Christie, you served at senior levels on the White House staff for Bush 43. You'll be beaming in via digital connection. Ron, if you're there,
I'm back.
If you're able to communicate, please say something.
Something. Now, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Here he is. There's the wizard. Go ahead, Ron.
Excellent. I am embarrassed to say I think the entire Zoom network around the country went down for a couple of minutes. So I didn't hear the opening question upon which you wanted me to opine on. So why don't I start with that to hear what you'd like me to say.
In the spirit of so many speakers in this program, please respond to any question that you want to respond to, rather than to what this person might. We are focused in this particular segment of the program on the small c Constitution, the rules, norms, and practices that either constrain or empower the president, and how those have changed under the recent presidents, particularly Donald Trump. And is the small c Constitution at all powerful? Is it something we should pay attention to in your experience working in the White House? Please enlighten us.
Well, I have to be careful here. So I use Sid's American Presidency book for my presidency course. So I better be careful there because he's going to fact check me. I know it. And I better also watch it because Josh Bolten was my chief of staff when I was in the White House. So I better watch it with him too. So I've got two hawks on me right now, even before I get started. Let me go back to the early realm of the presidency, if you will. And I think one of the speakers talked about this. When you look at the Federalist Papers and you look at 69 to 73, 74, and you talk about the notion of energy, right? I mean, Hamilton thought that that was integral to making sure that this American president actually had the energy, had the stamina, had the power to carry out the duties of said office. I look at the small c Constitution, I would say to one and all, and I look at the impeachment of Andrew Johnson, and I look at the Tenure of Office Act that was around for the better part of 20 years, and the ability of Congress seeking to constrain the president. This wasn't in the Constitution, but small c, to constrain the president's ability to hire people, to fire people, to get the folks that they wanted in office. I think that you certainly, obviously, wasn't in the Constitution, but you move forward to the administration of Woodrow Wilson, right, in his attempt to segregate the American workforce and to put his stamp in a not very good manner on those who not only received patronage positions, but those who were hired by the federal government. I'm particularly intrigued, I suppose, when we had the discussion earlier about the ability for presidents to campaign for office. And I specifically go back to Eisenhower's first run, right? And, you're at post-World War II, you're looking at a television spot, and what do you see? You see a cartoon. You see a elephant with a drum, going down the street, like, I like Ike, I like Ike. But you don't see a real person in that advertisement. Then you move forward to, the next seminal election, I would argue, of 1960. What do you see there? You see a young, a vigorous John F. Kennedy, and you start looking at the images of those behind him, those that he juxtaposes on the screen. Now you're looking at real people. You don't really see that many people of color, obviously, on these campaigns, but you're starting to see a bit more diversity, and you're starting to see a bit more texture and color. I would move forward, of course. You look at Nixon, you had some funny ads, of course, with Ford, and then you move forward, of course, to Ronald Reagan's ad, and it's a great day in America, it's a beautiful day in America. And I just sort of look from a small c perspective to that campaign cycle in the 80s of presidents really trying to communicate more energy, more vigor, and to try to draw people in, as opposed to, the election of 1800. I mean, it's Aaron Burr who's out campaigning, and people are like, what are you doing campaigning? To the current era, which I think, whether you like the decision or not, Citizens United has really introduced many, many, many more tens of millions of dollars into the system. And before you get to Citizens United, I have to go back to the 1896 presidential election cycle, because I think that was the beginning of the end, right? I mean, you knew who Haley Barbour was. You knew who the party chairs were. And they were instrumental in not only getting members of Congress to do what is in the best interest of the party, but they had sway with the President of the United States itself. You had those campaign finance violations from the mid-1990s. The Republican National Committee, the Democratic National Committee, I think lost a lot of sway. And the way that you saw that loss of sway and influence is that no one really cared what the party chairs had to say. They cared about individual donors. And so the last thing I would say here, when you look at a big C or little c, and we've touched on this previously, is the use of executive power, an executive order, executive action. right? I mean, nearly every president from George Washington through President Biden has used this power. Do they use it to circumvent the will of the Congress? Sure they do. But it's interesting to me that that's not in the Constitution, but yet still it's one of the most strong weapons that a president has at their disposal. I mean, you remember President Obama famously saying, I've got a pen and a phone and I'm going to use it. The Supreme Court is reticent to wade into certain political matters. Whether you like DACA or not, I think the construct of that executive order is clearly unconstitutional on its face, but no one really wants to wade into that political question. And now, of course, you look at what President Trump did, what President Biden seeks to do, from a small c construct. I think that the ability of the American president now probably is stronger than it has been in many, many decades, because they figured out, well, if it's not in the Constitution, I can find a way around it. And that's exactly what I do. Take my pen, take my phone, and do some executive order writing. And I'll leave it there. I know it's 4 minutes. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Ron. Sarah Perry and Jennifer Lawless, we have an opportunity to respond. Sarah, you were special assistant senior speechwriter for President Obama, and several of the participants in this conference, our colleague Sid Milkus, as well as Ed Howell and others, have associated Democratic backsliding with the rise of populism and candidates who build political movements based on populist rhetoric. What is such rhetoric? And how does it impair democratic processes? How does it perhaps constrain or empower a president? And what can be done to deal with both the cause and the resulting damage?
Well, first, thanks, Bob, and thanks, Bill, for having me. Speechwriters are usually at the kids' table, so
This might be the kids' table.
it's great to be sitting with the grown-ups. Well, to answer your last question, what can be done? I think the answer is to fire the speechwriters, obviously. I spend a lot of time doing the not very noble work of helping presidents and candidates tell a story, right, that can persuade enough people. And, what Trump did, bringing back the populism that, honestly, Teddy Roosevelt pioneered, we stand at Armageddon and we battle for the Lord would fit right in today, is the rhetoric he used is us versus them, which typically we would not use. We were told as communicators that we don't use that, but obviously Trump used it to great effect. So I think what might be worth doing is maybe pulling in some of the strands we were talking about yesterday and lay out some of the forces that I think are at play. One is what Leah talked about yesterday, which is the fact that elites are influenced by the base, right? It goes in both directions. And we are, as a nation, polarized. I think Josh said this, because people are polarized. And you could see how Trump used this, again, to great effect. He was testing out rhetoric with his audiences, right? So he would try a line and see how it worked in a big crowd, on the trail. Build a wall didn't just come out of nowhere. He tested it with his audiences. He was his own sort of speechwriter in this way, developing the populist rhetoric that would resonate. And it's why whenever he had to deliver a sort of set-piece speech from a teleprompter, he would look like he was in a hostage video, because he was so uncomfortable. But as Leah said, what he was able to do was get to people's core and their core identities. And what, again, I think we're dancing around a little bit today is the race issue and the economic issue and the ways in which those intersect to touch people so deeply that it is easy to exploit those for your rhetoric and end up with a strongman, for lack of a better term. And then I think, to go back to something Rachel said yesterday, partisanship among the engaged voters is so extremely high. But then, as Jennifer said, most people don't know anything. The biggest difference in American politics is not between Democrats and Republicans. It's between people who are paying attention and people who are not paying attention. And so I think, again, if from a communications perspective, how are you going to reach all these people? You know, if I'm trying to, you know, speak up for a candidate who is competent, how am I going to reach all the people who are completely disengaged and don't know anything? It's an enormous challenge. And I think that this challenge is compounded by something John Dickerson mentioned yesterday, which is this mismatch of expectations, right? So everybody thinks that the presidency is the West Wing, and it's just not, right? Fictive versus factual policy. And I think when we as communicators make big promises, whether it's, you know, build a wall or something more mundane and even doable, and it doesn't happen, it just makes people more cynical, which fuels the cycle. And so that's, you know, couple that with the utter lack of trust in institutions, not just the presidency, but Congress, obviously. We're watching this circus right now, frankly, the Supreme Court, where people no longer feel like the court not just, you know, represents them, but is corrupt in some way. And then the media, which I want to talk a little bit about. Compound that with what we talked about yesterday, the streetlight effect, right? So politicians can give a speech. As Mina said, a big speech used to matter. You know, FDR would get up there, give his fireside address, and everybody in the country was listening to it on, you know, 3 radio stations. And that was it. Today, obviously, we no longer have that. So, you know, even when I was writing for President Obama, it was so hard to get the media to cover what he was saying. And people, you know, I'm sure everybody who works in government gets this, but, you know, why doesn't your boss talk about the economy more? Why doesn't he do this? Well, he is. He just gave 3 big economic speeches, but nobody covered it, right? And so breaking through is a huge problem. And then now you bring in, so then naturally, a politician is going to want to go outside of media, right, and bring that rhetoric directly to the people and use all the channels that are available to them to do that. And who can blame them? Why wouldn't they, right? Why would you get up there and give a big speech about student debt when you can just go on Snapchat and talk directly to students? But social media, of course, going back to what we talked about yesterday with incentives, incentivizes and rewards extreme language and behavior. And so if the algorithm is basically built for populist rhetoric, and you as a politician are trying to break through, well, what are your incentives there? What are the alternatives? It's incredibly hard to help candidates overcome that, especially when one candidate in particular is willing to blast through every single norm and say the most outrageous things and get the most coverage. I mean, as you said, how is a one-term president who, by all accounts, was a failure, still determining everything we're talking about related to the presidency? And it's not just in the United States. You know, the most talented politician in the world is Narendra Modi, the strongman, right-wing populist of India. He has mastered social media. So it's not just here. I don't have any answers. But I do like this idea of sort of, you know, realigning expectations and leveling with people a little bit more. I think in my world, we are often sort of telling a bit of a fairy tale. And the stories we tell about what a leader will do if elected are frankly not always on the level. And maybe it's time to go back to, you know, Franklin Roosevelt's first fireside chat where he said, I'm going to talk to the American people about banking. And I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm going to do and what will happen and what the barriers are, and I'm just going to be really plain with you. And maybe that's what we need to do. You know, maybe Joe Biden needs to give an immigration speech where he just sort of levels with the American people and says, this is really hard. These are the reasons why this isn't happening. You have been lied to, and here's what needs to happen. I mean, we just don't do that anymore.
Sarah, 1 minute.
To bring it sort of full circle, I was thinking about Elaine's last point in her paper about, you know, how do we find this balance between competence in the people that we're trying to elect and the very real desire, demand, right that modern voters have to choose their electeds. And I think actually rhetoric might be a really key part of that. Not to make myself relevant, but I think to the extent that the elites are going to help determine competence, weigh in a little bit more, get more Republican superdelegates, whatever it is, in order to bring along the modern voters, well, then you need to tell them a story that they can buy. And that's where I think rhetoric does continue to play a really important role. And moving away from sort of populist rhetoric, but to something that's still authentic and honest and tells a story that everyone can find themselves in and is that more unifying vision that I think more Americans really do want. is potentially the way to go. And I know that sounds pie in the sky, but maybe that's the direction we want to move towards. So,
thank you. Jen Lawless, help bring this to a conclusion, toward a conclusion. You know, how do we use the political parties to screen candidates or shape the messaging that Sarah refers to, shape the rhetoric and dialogue? What do you think?
So I'm not going to answer that question. I'm happy to announce also this is the second panel where I totally don't belong, so I'm just going to try to create some scaffolding and then let you know what I do know about. So I think that one of the key themes that has emerged over the course of the last hour is that the way that we elect the president and the atypical manner in which we structure our system has a lot of downstream implications. And one of those major implications has to do with representation and who we wind up electing and the incentives that people have to run for office. And the reason this is so important is because although people don't pay attention to politics, when they do, they use the presidency and high-profile national elections as the lens through which to assess what the entire political system must be like. So when they see dysfunction or when they see this atypical process, they assume that that trickles down to all other levels. And we have 525,000 elected offices in this country. To run for a school board or to be the water commissioner or the dog catcher, you don't have to go through a presidential nominating process. Yet a lot of people still think that they'd be held to that similar bar. And this bears directly in terms of on women and the parties for two basic reasons. The first is that despite the fact that we've seen major progress in terms of the number of women holding elected office, we still have a far way to go. Women's electoral fortunes are still disproportionately linked to one of the two political parties. And when we look at overall interest in running for office, we actually haven't seen that much progress. So I'll get to that in a second. But one of the biggest ways that people think about, one of the factors that matters most when people think about running for office is whether anybody has suggested it to them informally or recruited them formally. And party leaders, elected officials, and political activists are the major gatekeepers. If they're completely if they're behaving in a way that's atypical, if they're behaving in a way that skirts norms, if they're behaving in ways that don't try to broaden our system, then they're just perpetuating a system that's plagued with these problems that we've seen up until now. And so we have a nation right now where when people are thinking about who to recruit to run for office, they're thinking about, well, who can play in this very, very dysfunctional pool? And the reality is most of the pool doesn't look like that. There's this one really yucky pool in Washington, D.C. right now. And by the way, I ran for Congress in 2006, and I would love to be in that pool. So I don't want to, I don't want to degrade the institution. But the reality is that that's not what it looks like elsewhere. The other reason that national politics and presidential politics in particular are so important is because it's through that lens that people determine whether they have what it takes to navigate the process, whether they are qualified to run, and what obstacles they would endure as candidates. And so to just speak about women in particular, in 2001, Richard Fox and I did the first national survey of potential candidates. So these were lawyers, business leaders, educators, and political activists, the four professions that are most likely to lead to political careers at both the state and federal level. And we asked people if they had ever considered running for office. We had an equal number of women and men. On paper, they looked exactly the same, because there had been this logic out there that, ladies, just be patient. You'll get equal representation. You know, you just haven't worked in the professions that tend to lead to political careers, and incumbency is such a barrier. So we thought, all right, great. Let's look at this pool of potential candidates out there and see, like, are they equally interested in running? And they weren't. There was a 16 percentage point gender gap where women were significantly less likely than men ever to have considered running for office. And if you don't think about something, you don't do it. If you never thought about being an astronaut, you're not going up in a rocket, right? Like, so there's this, you have to walk before you run. So a lot happens after 2000, so that was in 2001. A lot happens. Nancy Pelosi becomes Speaker of the House. Sarah Palin's on the ticket as the vice presidential candidate. There are wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. The government dysfunction is on high alert after Hurricane Katrina. 2011, we decide we're going to do a similar survey and see if this gender gap in political ambition is closed, because the world has changed. Gender gap in political ambition exactly the same size in 2011. But all right, well, maybe 10 years just isn't enough time. Fast forward, Hillary Clinton becomes the Democratic nominee in 2016. We literally double the number of women in Congress between 2001 and 2020. We have a record number of women running for president on both sides of the aisle. 2021 and 2022, we do a national survey of potential candidates, and the gender gap in political ambition is exactly the same size. Now, what's really interesting here is that what we call a representational paradox, because we have actually doubled the number of women serving in high positions of power. So there was this general thought that those effects would just trickle down. But what trickles down is the perception that women are treated incredibly poorly when they run for office, so why would you ever want to run? And something seems fundamentally wrong with the political system where women and men are not equally likely to even think about putting themselves forward as candidates. And so all of this comes back to presidential politics, all of this comes back to national elections, because that's how people are thinking about and experiencing the political arena. And if women don't think they're qualified to run for office because they think they'd have to be twice as good to get half as far, despite electoral outcomes that suggest that women win just as often, raise just as much money, and now we're treated pretty fairly in the media. That's not to say there aren't high-profile examples of bias, of course there are, but there's not a lot of systematic evidence. If women don't believe that, if men don't even believe that, they're then also not going to recruit women to run. And so all of this is to say that until we figure out how to fix what looks like a fundamentally flawed system, both structurally and perception, and in terms of people's perceptions, we're going to be stuck with a system that also doesn't generate the kind of descriptive representation that most people say is a normatively good thing. So there we are.
Thank you, everyone, for your brevity. We have a bonus of 3.5 minutes. Anybody rejoinders, comments, exceptions? Russell?
I just want to make one amendment based on what Jen said, and that is Elaine Kamark also did a terrific interview, so you should go read hers in addition to Josh's.
In
the oral histories, right.
History. I was asked to delay the release of that.
But
I'll leave that to you.
But it's out now.
It's out now, yes.
And worthy of attention.
Josh, any follow-up on John Rawls? Can you quote another philosopher?
Oprah Winfrey once said that no. Well, can I say one thing? Well, because this is probably the last time I'll have the microphone, which is that I have the privilege in my current day job of working for 230 plus CEOs of the biggest American companies, and somehow the incentives in that system are working properly. I would pick any one of those 230 people at random today to be either president or speaker of the House, and I think everybody in this room would be pleased with the selection. There remains I think especially on the left, a broad misperception about the power of corporate money and influence in corporate leaders in American politics today. I wish that were true. I fervently wish that were true, and I hope the members of the Business Roundtable believe that they exercise their influence through the Business Roundtable. But the truth is, a lot of the work that we do today at the Business Roundtable is not asserting the will of corporate America on our political system, but rather trying to protect our members from a populist political system that no longer seems to respect free enterprise on either side of the aisle. I'm not sure exactly what the best way to address that situation, but it seems to me there must be some element in, as we think about the solutions to what is ailing our system of governance, is to look to our business community as a source of stability and moderation and good sense, and I will leave it at that.
It's virtually 10:30. Thank you very much, everyone. I believe we have time for a 15-minute coffee break.
That's right. And then back here at 10:45.
The voice of God. We'll be back at 10:45. Thank you so much, everyone.
That's easy.
Where'd you get this? I don't see this paper.
This is an early version of the script. There you are. The Congress regulate vacancies and acting.
We're all going to quote John Rawls now. This is
And then this other one.
Yeah. Laura, it's nice to meet you.
Now this is assuming it's today.
Yeah, it's nice to see you.
Should we make Congress an equal party?
Well, in theory they are, right?
Yeah, in theory. The Constitution says.
Hello, everyone. I'm Laura Barrón-López, PBS NewsHour White House correspondent. So let's jump right in to this conversation that we're going to have about repairing the relationships between the presidency and Congress. So Valerie, I want to start with you because right off the bat, I want to dispel with the notion that we're in normal times, because we're not. House Republicans have been without a speaker for 17 days. And one of the things that you propose, so we're going to be talking about the legislative ability, legislative effectiveness to be able to pass legislation between the two parties, as well as Senate confirmations. And so you wrote in your paper that the simplest strategy would be to reduce the number of positions requiring Senate confirmation, which increased 59% between 1960 and 2016. And right now, I'm sure many of you know, there are some 300 military nominees that are in limbo in the Senate. And 2 picks for Joint Chiefs of Staff, including Chief of Naval Operations and top officers slated to command the U.S. Air Force in the Middle East, which might be pretty critically important right now. So are those the types of positions that you think should no longer require Senate confirmation?
Well, first, thank you, Laura, for hosting this and framing the question that way. Thank you also to the Miller Center for organizing this this impressive group. I feel shaped by the leaders in this room, the 3 former presidents that I worked for, and the very impressive people who carried forward their public servant leadership. So the short answer to your question is those are not the types of positions that we're talking about for reducing the number of Senate confirmed positions. But I want to take a step back and first try to persuade this room that out of all of the really important problems we've talked about today, that vacancies are a huge problem, and also that it is fixable, and it is at the crux of this question of the cooperation between the executive branch and the legislative branch. So I will say first, after 20 years of running the Partnership for Public Service, our CEO, Max Steyer, has been working on government effectiveness, and he is persuasive that the single best thing we can do to improve government effectiveness is to reduce the number of Senate confirmed appointees. And I'll go through 4 areas where that's why that's true. Because the system is not working for new presidents, it's not working for getting talented people into government, it's not working for the Senate itself, and it is not good for federal agency effectiveness. So briefly on those 4 points, you mentioned national security leadership. The 9/11 Commission, I don't know if Phil Zelikow is still here today, pointed out that one of the challenges on 9/11 was the fact that only 57% of the top national security positions had been confirmed at that point. In the Miller Center's oral history with Steve Hadley, he said they didn't have 8 months to prepare. They only had a few months to prepare with the people that were in place because it had taken them so long to get confirmed. And the number has grown even more than the numbers I cited in my essay. David Lewis at Vanderbilt University cites the number as 1,338 Senate confirmed positions. It's very hard to get an accurate count because the government has trouble tracking how many there are. First, it's a challenge to create a plum book and provide transparency into all of the political positions. And really, when new bills are passed and they create new positions, not all of the required justifications that are supposed to go into a central repository are actually being made. So we think the problem is even bigger than I cite in the essay. But one thing we point out is that it is taking twice as long for President Biden's nominees to get confirmed as it did just 20 years ago for George W. Bush. And that should concern future presidents of any party. And Josh Bolton elevated the conversation by quoting John Rawls in the last session. But leaders of either party should look at this situation and consider whether they will be in charge after the next election and take seriously whether they want to be able to get their leaders in place. So briefly, I know, Laura, I'm getting the eye from you. It's not good for attracting talented people into government. They're putting their lives on hold for months and years, don't know where their kids will go to school, like not able to sign up for contracts. And we know people pull out of after scrutiny and long delays, and that's not how we want to get the best leaders into government. Max Steyer published our analysis of why this is not working for the Senate either. That procedural votes, cloture votes to end debate, and direct votes on nominations are 59% of the total taken under Joe Biden's presidency, 55% under President Trump, and it was only 11 and 14 for Bush and Obama. That is not why people run for the Senate, is to make votes on presidential nominees. So, and it's not what we want them to be focused on either, I'm sure. One former ambassador I heard recently say that it's the first test of your diplomatic ability, whether you're able to navigate the confirmation process.
Right.
But whether a new president's goal is to increase representation, either from red states, rural states, or all of the other types of diversity in the country, it is not reasonable to expect new assistant secretaries, CFOs, to be able to navigate that type of process.
There's also, sorry, I'm going to interject here, but there's also the case where there are a number of acting cabinet secretaries. One of them being and acting positions because they can't get confirmed. One of them right now that's been in the news is Julie Su, who's acting Secretary of Labor. And I want to bring in Louisa, Fred, and Catherine. So Louisa, we could start with you, but the Government Accountability Office actually just reported that the Biden administration is not violating any federal law by allowing Sue to serve indefinitely as acting secretary, because Republicans have been challenging her ability to serve indefinitely in that position. How does someone staying in a role indefinitely as an acting secretary impact any president's ability to get their agenda done?
Well, thanks, Laura. And as always, great to be around a table with these folks. I learned a little something from yesterday, so I'm going to answer your question, but I'm going to come to it at the end a little bit. Not fool me twice, right? So let me just say two things at the outset for a second, and then we'll obviously want to hear what other folks have to say. I came in yesterday with lots of cheery good hope about saying, hold on, we have passed a lot of legislation. There is gridlock, but if you look at some pieces, it's going a different pathway, but I think there is also places where we've made some progress. Today, however, I'm like the doctor coming into the operating room and confirming that indeed the patient is dead. I really think that the situation, right, that Valerie lays out so beautifully in her paper is very, very true. And I want to just put a little bit of a fine point to humanize this a little bit. I think we have a lot of unanimity in the room to say that it's ripe for reform. But I just want to, I truly do have some PTSD from this, right? There is so much time that is being spent on nominations. And when we say 60% of the floor time, I just want to double that in terms of what the actual nominee has to do, what the team has to do with particular agencies. There is so much time that is being spent on this. And again, people getting stalled. And you come into these jobs at the White House wanting to figure, you're a can-do kind of person, right? You're always trying to figure out how can we come to yes. And again, the time that we have taken, I think, to get with individual senators and committees and to find how to untie this and free up nominees is just, it just takes too much time. So, and there are things like, the Marine Mammal Commission does not need to be a Senate confirmed position, right? The Goldwater Scholarship Foundation does not need to be a confirmed position. But I think I wanted to look, I took a lot from Chris's remarks yesterday to really always focus on the incentives. And I just want to say two things that sort of jump out at me, having done what you're doing, sort of your deals, right, to get done, is that this is nominations have become a kind of vice. And it is a way in which individual members can kind of get things from the administration and also, to be clear, from their own leadership. So it can be you want to finally get an amendment vote on something that you want, and you use the confirmation process until you do that. You are from the opposite party, and you want to get something out of land management that USDA does not want to do, and finally, we do that such that we can free up nominees. It has now become this powerful little hammer and vice that is used, and people are going to be reluctant to relinquish that power. So we have to think about how do we incentivize that, because it has become a very it's utilized often to exert that. The other thing I'll say, and not to just be the bad news gal, is, we look at a lot of this as, my mom does not know who's being nominated for any of these positions. Like, no one cares actually very much in your home districts or in your home states. But what they do care is sort of your voting records, right? This becomes a percentage. So you're really having to understand where you have sometimes folks in your own party who want to demonstrate some distance from the president, but want to be very supportive of, say, some policy aims, but sometimes you can use a nomination vote to kind of push down your percentage. That has become a way to articulate some independence that has nothing to do with going home to Montana and explaining why this was like a critical no vote because it has all these implications for Montanans. That's not, or wherever you pick your state. So I look at those two things, and you have to figure out where is the incentive to do this. And I think part of that has to go back to some norm discussions that we've had and some calibration, but clearly, like, foot stomping on the partnership, which just is, they were just such fabulous partners, and having worked in 2 transitions, they're just the best. But I think we really have to think about a legislative strategy that is reducing the numbers. Maybe you start at just boards. There's ways of doing that. But then we also have to think of some norm underscoring. And I look at that, particularly, Chris, in the transition period, about how do you have a bipartisan process that's more with leadership, with other, you have to have, I think, a bit more of a buy-in here, and to get some incentivizing, like, you want the time back, I want some time back, I'm going to make rules that I can live with even when I'm in the minority. And we have to do that, I think. And again, the timing, when that happens, what transition, when will there be the most incentives to come together? So that was my non-answer. My answer to you is, I'm fair. I always come back. I know how good you are.
If you could, in 30 seconds or less.
Look, it's so perfect. Look, I think that the president right now is acting under appropriate authorities for Julie Su to be the acting. It is not indefinite, right? You have to go all the way to the end of the congressional term, so it's not for time eternal. And I think it's important that to have the inquiry, right, and to have gone to GAO and asked them to take a good look at this, so that there is alignment and some consensus about where the authorities begin and end when you're in an acting position. But I do not think it is. I think it is an appropriate exercise of what you need to do to have an acting, particularly in instances where we are in a very constrained environment for nominees. And if we wanted something different, the Senate could act. Then you can, could force it in a different way.
Right. So. Also, I just want to encourage people, if you want to jump in, don't wait for me to come to you. I think it's better if you guys jump in when you feel that you want to add something. That might be different than your prior roundtables, but I think it'll be a better conversation that way. But Fred and Catherine, specifically, there's been talk about lowering the number of Senate required votes for appointees, period. But aside from that, how do you even address the fact of these military nominees that are in limbo, and the example of Julie Su?
I'll take it. I'm going to start, and I'm going to get to your question, but I want to start with some
There's
research.
a pattern here. Okay.
So I didn't do this yesterday in my first turn, so now I'm doing it. I'm learning the incentives and how to play the game. But I did some research during...
You too could be a senator.
What's happening in the whole country?
This is exactly maybe a perfect example of how Congress works and why it's not working.
I examined President Biden's first tranche of confirmations at the first 100 days, 200 days, 300 days. I looked at the 15 departments that are in the line of presidential succession. After 300 days, 140 individuals had been confirmed to the nation's top of the government. Leadership matters. These vacancies are terrible. They're very difficult. No one's talked about how it affects the civil servants. How do you do any kind of long-range planning if you don't have leadership in place? Republicans and Democrats have to agree that if you win that election, you are entitled to staff the government. At the rate of 140 confirmations in 300 days, you're never going to get close to David Lewis's new number of 1,338. That's just not going to happen. And I think that the Senate as an institution needs to understand, I wish Doug Jones was here, but they need to understand that by allowing all of these sort of actings and having all these vacancies, they're basically, allowing the executive branch to circumvent them. It's their constitutional role to confirm these individuals. And by allowing this proliferation of actings, particularly in the Trump administration, you're basically sort of saying, oh, I don't mind giving up this power. Here, executive branch, have more power. And I just think that is fundamentally wrong. The institution of the Senate needs to care about their powers. I think the Senate needs to understand that leadership matters. And if we care about executive branch performance, we need to care about the confirmation process. We need to simplify it by reducing the number that are required. But we also need to sort of all be in this together and agree that having people staffing the government makes for a more productive and better performance.
Fred, how about you?
Well, there was one president, I think, who liked his people being acting. Because if they're acting, that means I can get rid of you at any time.
You can name the president.
I think it's sui generis or something like that. Anyway, I learned that in law school. I don't remember where that happened. We haven't even gotten to judges yet in this process, which further complicates the number of nominations that the Senate has to consider. So it puts besides armed services, it puts a big deal on the Judiciary Committee. But this is where the Congress of the United States gets the opportunity to have its fingers in the action. Whether or not it's to do an issue like the senator from Alabama is doing with regard to all of those military commissions nominees that are up, and that's not just folks who are going to be chiefs of staff, it's generals, it's majors, it's lower levels in the promotion process. But they are interested in dealing with a particular issue. In this case, what's going to happen with the administration's policies having to do with abortion. You add to that the fact that members of Congress also use it as a mechanism so that they can begin to have their way with people they want to have on the Goldwater Scholars Committee. And so therefore, you, Mr. President, are going to have to deal with me and put my guy from whatever county in Arizona on this board, because if you don't, I'm going to stop this whole process. And indeed, I'll stop your your acting Secretary of Labor. So that's kind of another part of the equation where you have to get into the bargaining process.
But when there appears to be no ability to bargain with a senator like Tuberville,
there's a way to bargain with him, which was, yes, just take each one of them as a vote, which of course would totally bog down.
That isn't possible because then it would take up the entire legislative calendar.
Yeah, correct. So you got to figure out which ones are more important than the others. But we got people who.
So there's no real ability, I guess, to then. Does anyone think that there's any ability to actually break that log jam?
He's got it. The institution, the Senate, is going to have to be the fulcrum that puts pressure on Tuberville. And he, given some of his other statements over his tenure as a United States Senator, not unlike when he was one of our football coaches. I'm not sure he's amenable to that kind of pressure. So you've kind of got those folks in the Senate as well. As long as his people at home say he's doing the right thing, I'm popular in Alabama, I'm talking to my peeps, I'm okay.
And the Senate is on a knife's edge in terms of party control.
Correct. It's very, very.
Living in Florida, usually.
Yeah.
One of his other problems.
Yeah.
It's like maybe a little political campaign and some ads against him. And the problem is, I mean, he is very problematic on a lot of fronts. And so I maybe think that DNC might be able to add.
But when we're talking about, I guess, changing the structure of the Senate, is there a specific tool or change or reform that should be made? Valerie, you wanna?
There's a few things we would talk about. So first, in looking at that large number of positions that the Senate has to handle, Louisa touched on one of them already, boards and commissions. It's the last thing on anybody's priority list. Some of them have been inoperable for 20 years because nobody's been nominated or confirmed. Also, longstanding vacancies, there's a variety of reasons why positions might go vacant, but for those that might be at the bottom of the priority list, think about reduction for those. And finally, there are a lot of positions with layers of Senate oversight above them. And as Katie and Louisa said, the Senate's not exercising any oversight over them if they, it doesn't help the Senate's oversight if they're already, if there's nobody there. So that's one set, reducing the number of Senate confirmed appointees, but also some Senate procedures. Like 10 years ago, there was the creation of the privileged nomination calendar, which was supposed to expedite consideration of positions that were considered very straightforward. Now, at this point, those positions are taking longer than they did before the creation of the calendar and longer than everybody else, because they skip a step of committee review, but then they just wait.
Would changing that calendar, though, solve the military blockade?
So that's a different problem. And one thing with the military issue is getting to the point of, will the Senate ever change any, will they feel an incentive to make a change? You hear senators talking about hold reform based on.
And what's that?
So I should turn to colleagues who've worked on the Hill, but the idea that one senator can place a hold on any nominee or large groups of nominees,
Right.
that is a right and a prerogative that they value. The fact that now senators are looking at the situation and saying, maybe this isn't the best way to do things.
Can I put that to a vote here, just to see if we have consensus at this table with everyone? Do you think that there should be hold reform where a single senator would now, if we have the reform, be unable to block a single nominee?
Does that reform extend to whether or not the Senate has to act at unanimous consent for everything that they do? Because there's a outside of nominees.
Right.
Because we're talking about, that's where this sort of privilege permeates itself throughout the entire Senate. Not only on nominations, but I don't want you to go home and have an adjournment resolution.
Right.
We're going to stay here and talk.
I do think that to the idea of reform, I think there are a lot, this is, people in this room have been spending and writing and thinking a lot, again, about the filibuster reform, hold reform. Some of these have like nestled strains together, but I do think the idea of some hold reform where there's accountability. It may be that you can still do that, but it means that Chris has to go to the floor, stand there, and make it such that you have some accountability. I mean, I think that's part of this issue, right? It's
where they
happening.
Have to filibuster.
It's just happening where, and you all know how this is, that you call the cloakroom, you do a hold. Sometimes people know about it. You have to go on a fishing expedition and say, is it your hold? Is it your hold? So I think there are some reforms, and it gets, again, it's what are legislative reforms, what are norms that the leaders have to come together and decide about this. But the only other thing I'd say too is, and it goes to your point, Fred, is this issue of time. There are forces, and I'm without being, gingerly about this, is part of this is just delay and not legislating, right? There are some folks who don't want that to occur for purposes of advancing other things. So using some of these tools actually also take up time where there's maybe not doing things that people want to be moving on. But some kind of hold reform would be good, I think.
Chris, go ahead.
Yes, so can I add on to Louisa's conversation about incentives? So we talked yesterday about
something needs to have three tests. It needs to be meaningful, this clearly is. It needs to be good for the country on a bipartisan basis, which this is, because both recent presidents have had the same problem. And we need to have the incentives in place. So I want to talk about incentives. I endorse everything that Valerie has, but I think there's a thought that somehow the Senate is holding the White House hostage by these tactics, and that's not actually the case. Administrations have got much more clever about working around this. So there's 4,000 presidential appointments, order of magnitude. Around 1,000 of them are Senate confirmed. By definition, therefore, there are 3,000 that aren't. So what does an administration do? It focuses on the 3,000 that aren't. So first, it appoints all of the White House staff, and that gives it a fully functioning White House staff, which it allows it to pass its legislative calendar, work on executive orders, and do most of the things that it wants. It can run agencies relatively effectively without Senate confirmations. Yes, obviously it would be better if they were there, but it has around 2,800 people in two classifications called Schedule C and SES, which are the positions that are below the Senate confirmed ones. It appoints them, it empowers them through executive orders, and it runs the agencies relatively effectively. So it's not actually the White House that has a problem here, it's the Senate. So they're not holding the White House hostage, they're holding themselves hostage in the country. So they're not actually getting the input that they want, and they're also holding it up for the wrong reasons, for non-competence reasons. So the three suggestions I would make on top of what Valerie suggests, which is less Senate-confirmed positions, I'd allow batching. So if you
where
confirm,
they all are passed in a tranche or like
if you confirm someone as this Senate secretary, you also confirm his or her team at the same time, and the White House puts a team together. So you get 6 for the price of 1 in terms of floor time. That's the first thing that I would do, because generally speaking, the Senate should be concerned mostly with the person who's going to appear in front of them, which is the secretary, not with their team. So that's the second big reform. The third, there is a precedent for doing something like this, and it's called the Intelligence Reform and Terrorism Protection Act, which was passed in the aftermath of 9/11, which the Senate obviously signed off on, which recommends that they themselves confirm any position in the national security area that the White House puts forward within 30 days. And I would just suggest that they extend that to every nomination, and that would solve all problems. Within 30 days, the shot clock starts. If a nomination is put forward, it's treated the same as national security ones, which has been very effective, by the way, that piece of legislation. Extend that piece of legislation to every nominee. You have 30 days to pass it.
You can't get a background check done in 30 days, Chris. That's another problem. You got to go through the whole FBI process, which...
Well, it's from the time when the nomination goes forward, it has to be confirmed, so you do all the background check before you're nominated.
So
that actually, that's not a technical problem.
Until Congress gets a hold of the document, which I can tell you on judicial nominations, Supreme Court once, kind of a couple of those that I did.
All I'm saying is,
where it goes awry. It goes awry pretty quickly once Congress gets that in.
If there's a will, there's a way. Yeah. What they think is that by doing this, that they are getting an advantage. They're getting a disadvantage. They're not actually getting the input into the people who actually they can have some degree of influence over running the agencies, so that it's a problem for them. If they really wanted to solve it, they could.
So I do, before we move on to the broader dynamics of the White House-Hill relationship and bring everyone else in, I apologize, it's taking a little while. I do want to ask Mara behind me, if you don't mind jumping in, about the impact on national security when so many military nominees are going nowhere. I mean, 2 Joint Chiefs of Staff members and the Chief of Naval Operations.
Yeah, Laura, I think you pointed it out well.
There we go.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I think you pointed out well in your opening question in terms of literally where we are right now with the need to deploy forces and without having the top command officially in place. And as Fred pointed out, we narrowly got the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in place and had to take up precious Senate time to do it. So we see real life impact of it. My only hope is that even though Valerie, your recommendations don't go directly to this, there's also a time is fungible. So if you can get rid of whole layers for Senate time, then it allows you more time. It's still far from perfect, but to do what Fred suggested. If you have to, take them up one by one, do different things. But there is zero question about impact on national security, as, just to be clear, what's happening in the House right now also directly impacts.
Great, thank you. Yeah, okay, great.
Laura,
So-
can I add one more point? This is Katie, sorry.
Yeah,
May
Katie,
I
go
add
ahead.
one more point? And that is that, just building up of what Chris said, is that the Biden transition team knew full well that the Senate was going to take an eternity to get their people through. So what did they do? Ted Kaufman had more people appointed on day one than any other president, and they knew they needed to people at every different agency because they knew the nomination process. My point is simply that when there are rules that people don't like, they figured out how to get around them. And that's what's happening. So if you have a Senate that moves like a turtle, you're going to have an executive branch or a presidency or a transition team that figures out how to work around it. Because as I get back to again, leadership matters and they want their people in place, and they won the election and they're entitled to it.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Moving on to the broader need to repair relationships between the White House and Congress, Congresswoman Comstock, Congressman Payne, as well as Dan Meyer. I wanted to get you guys to talk about the fact that Kevin McCarthy, your former boss, lost his speakership in part because he put a government funding bill on the floor that received a majority of Democratic votes. It received bipartisan support. And hard right members were not happy that he did that. When you look at the state of the House GOP, which as of this hour is still speakerless, is there any room for effective bipartisan legislation or bipartisan work when you look towards the future? Dan, do you want to start?
Sure. I mean, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. As I mentioned, in every role I've had, it's been during divided government, so I can just make a blanket statement that's true on its face. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to become law without bipartisanship. There's a Democratic president. There's a Democratic Senate. So the answer to your question is yes, because if you're not going to get bipartisan cooperation in the end, by definition, nothing will pass. That, I don't mean to minimize what's going on in the House, but eventually they're going to, you could pass partisan measures out of the House, but it's going to get reformed in the Senate, and the president's going to put their stamp on it. As we talked about yesterday, we lived through this with the debt limit. Is it extraordinarily dysfunctional right now? Yes, of course. And this is going to sound overly partisan. There are two sides to blame here because there were a group of people who had a personal grudge. 96% of the votes were provided by the Democrats, and that's the part that surprised me. I didn't expect that to happen. I've had side conversations talking to Lane and others here, but the dysfunction is a problem. It's real. There's no immediate solution based on what we've seen in the last 24 hours. Plan A has failed, Plan B has failed, Plan C has failed, Plan D has failed. So now they're exploring Plan F, and I'm not going to pretend I know what that answer is.
Congresswoman, if you have anything that you'd like to add to Dan, but also, one thing I think we have to bring into here is the fact that more and more lawmakers, in particular right now, House Republicans are facing death threats because of their resistance to voting for Jim Jordan, who right now is the Speaker designee. And, what are the long-term implications of this, of the ability for the House to even govern?
I would like to point out, this didn't happen until Dan left. So. Bipartisan things were working. And I would point out, there have been a lot of bipartisan things that have gotten done during the administration. So just to have some good Pollyannish news, the things, before the switch of
Right, before the House
Congress,
majority switch.
we had the infrastructure bills done. We had, at the end, before the switch happened, we had the gay marriage bill. It got done with a lot of Republican support. We had the Electoral Count Act that got done, again, with a lot of Senate Republicans and even some, were there any House Republicans? Maybe there weren't House Republicans there. That was actually something that I worked on from the outside. So, but, people worked on that. The gun bill was done. I mean, Senator Cornyn had a lot of, personal expense to himself, got booed at the NRA convention, but worked with Chris Murphy. So we really got a lot of good members who worked together on these things. The CHIPS Act, Senator Todd Young and Mike McConnell in the House. We have a lot of members who really do forge good relationships. So that is where we have the ability, we have members who are there. Who can forge something. So that's where we can get some things done going forward. So I am happy again to report that Jim Jordan still is on the mat. He's pinned down. They have some new members who have been added to the nose, but so he will not be Speaker. Democracy is safe still in the House today. And I guess this morning, some people told him, hey, if you want to stop that, you got the death threats because you didn't vote for him. But no, that isn't going to be happening. But for going forward, it is going to be fine. These members, both in the House and the Senate, I think the speech that the president gave last night, I was saying to Louisa earlier, having been, I came from a Democrat family in Massachusetts. I became a Republican because I liked the message of Ronald Reagan. Last night when I was listening to President Biden's speech, on supporting Ukraine, on supporting Israel, that had the message of Ronald Reagan. I also heard Britt Hume say this was a great speech. So you have the makings of, old time, Ronald Reagan fans and people who like that speech. I think if Britt Hume and Fox can like that Biden speech, and you have people like Mike McCall in the House who very much wants to, put this together, and the president's package is putting border security and Ukraine and Israel support together. That message really was a message of unity. I think if, after this very ugly chapter that's going on right now in the House is going to push people to the point of saying, no, we've got to do it. The Senate is going to get that package through. And then I think there will be some opportunity there to say, let's take what the Senate has done and let's find that coalition that unfortunately, when Kevin McCarthy did put that coalition together, get Democratic support, that is what caused him to lose, but that may be the same type of coalition that will get us a speaker.
You're talking about a bipartisan coalition.
A bipartisan coalition, because it's going to have to be a bipartisan coalition, probably, that will get us a speaker, because the crazy eights, as Kevin is calling them now, rightly, will not agree to a speaker. And I think it's going to have to be a bipartisan group, and it may just have to be a bipartisan group is going to have to, some group of Republicans are going to have to work with Democrats to say, we want to move forward with the country and make some kind of agreement to say, yeah, we'll take the heat to do this.
Congressman Payne, I see that you're nodding along.
I am nodding along and agreeing with my colleague Barbara Comstock about how this ultimately gets resolved. But I wanted to speak just a minute because, we've talked about the dysfunction in the Senate in terms of nominees, and we all know about the current dysfunction in the House. And I think there's a bright something going on that's worthy of note here in the House of Representatives, and that is that in 2018, when the Democrats got the majority, a number of young members went to the Speaker and she was then looking for votes to become the Speaker, and said that they very much wanted to participate in a reform process because they recognized that the House wasn't working very well as an institution. Among those was a young man by the name of Derek Kilmer, who's from the state of Washington, and he had been a consultant at McKinsey and had studied large organizations and so forth. So the Speaker then set up something called the Select Committee on Modernization, and Derek became a co-chair, and at that time, I think it was a member from the state of Georgia, Tom Graves, who became a co-chair. And this was a committee different from anything else in the Congress in that you had a Democrat and a Republican co-chair. You had 6 members, 6 Democrats, 6 Republicans. You had one staff, not a Democrat and Republican, but one staff. And they were to get together, look at the Congress, and make recommendations that would then be looked at by the entire Congress. They modeled sort of a different way of getting things done. They had a round table that they sat around, not the dais looking down at people who came to testify. The Democrats and Republicans sat next to each other. And this went on for one Congress and was thought to be important enough that it got to be 2 Congresses, and then Kevin McCarthy made it part of the admin committee in the Congress. So it still exists, this group, and they're still functioning on a bipartisan basis, and they've come up with now 200 recommendations, a third of which have been implemented, a third of which are being talked about and will be implemented likely, and a third of which are yet to be implemented. And it was a recognition, again, that the organization wasn't working well, that it could not be a good functioning organization, and it couldn't be a good partner with the president and really take back some of its responsibility until it became much more effective. I know about this, and Barbara knows about this, because we're part of a group called the U.S. Association of Former Members of Congress. We've had our folks come testify before this group. We've put some of our very effective former members together to be mentors with some current members. And this is a process that I think we should look at and pay attention to and give credit to these people who are spending time in this endeavor. And I would hope that the Senate would look at this and say, gee, there are things that we could benefit from if we did a similar thing, and have both the House and Senate have such a process. So, I mean, I think we are right now in a time of crisis in the House. I think that what Barbara has said ultimately will be the answer in terms of having a bipartisan solution to making the House function again, and I think that probably will likely be a pretty effective.
Places, Texas did it. That's how they got their speaker.
And many of our state legislatures have done it.
I mean, a bipartisan solution has definitely been raised by some House Republicans and some Democrats, but I think that there is a majority of the conference that continues to say that they don't want to engage in a coalition government bipartisan solution.
I think they say that today, but I mean, what's the answer? There's nobody in that conference who can get 217 votes, and so what is another answer?
You nailed it.
Right, no, there isn't. I mean, and also, yes,
both of those things are true. Here's the problem I have with the conversation. Because you guys are identifying real problems that members brought up all the time. As a matter of fact, that have been tried to address. A lot of the frustration that was expressed in the beginning of the year when McCarthy was running for Speaker was that rank and file members are shut out of the process. And a lot of their arguments have validity. I mean, we got to the point where we were never doing individual appropriations bills. There was either CRs, but more often than not than CRs was omnibus bills, which were getting negotiated by the 4 leaders. And so not even the appropriations, I mean, they had a role to play to get them teed up, but some of the key issues. So you had appropriators involved, you had leadership involved, but rank and file members weren't involved. So, okay, let's open the process up. Yep, we're all for that. And the process gets opened up, and he tries to bring individual bills to the floor, and who brings it down? It's his hardcore conservatives who wouldn't vote for the rule. I mean, so there are other agendas at play that kind of belie the arguments that are made about what needs to happen, and so it gets layered and complicated as to what's really going on here.
I mean, if and I'd like to bring in William, and forgive me, Mr. McKee, how do I pronounce your first name?
Guillen.
Guillen, okay. So William and Guillen, I mean, what do you think should change about the dynamics, since we're focused on the House right now, of the House to ensure that right now you talk to a number of Republicans and they will either not vote for very conservative bills, like you said, because Kevin McCarthy did put very conservative border legislation on the floor and it got voted down. But they also don't want to vote for bipartisan legislation. They didn't vote for the government spending bill, and they don't appear prepared to vote for this national security package that does have bipartisan support in the Senate, in the House.
Yeah, and they didn't vote for any of those bipartisan successes either. Those guys, the crazy eights, probably didn't vote for any of those things that I mentioned.
It was more than the 8, but it was, the far right faction. I mean, what do you think could be changed about this process, given the incentives appear to have changed for a number of members?
I wanted to take a stab at actually shifting the conversation, if I could, in the following way. Yeah, but no, it's with this in mind. I actually don't. I worry that we're missing the lead that should be front and center for this conference, which is about the presidency, how the presidency relates to Congress, and what that means for the health and well-being of our democracy, at a time when our democracy is on its heels. And the question here is not how are we going to pick the next speaker or what the right kinds of reforms we should have on hold. There's something really big happening, which is that the threat of a demagogue assuming the presidency is very real. We keep saying Trump is sui generis. Trump is not sui generis, insofar as he channels anti-establishment populist fervor, which has taken hold of this country and has had a profound impact on the Republican Party, is the front runner for the next election and may well be the next president. And there's a line of people who are ready to step up and carry that mantle going forward. And the question that we need to be thinking about is, what do we do in thinking about the president's relationship to Congress in the face of these facts? Like, this is where the action is. And so part of it, like I agree, like Valerie, like this point about confirmation reform, that's going to be an important part of it. I'd go farther, which is to say it's not just about how we confirm people, it's the number of political appointees that we make. We're a huge outlier relative to other industrialized countries. It's the number that we do, that we look to presidents to appoint. And when you think about the effect that a demagogue can have by being able to politicize the administrative state and the military, it is profoundly degrading to health and well-being of a democracy. And so part of it is just curtailing the number of appointees that we make. We should also say that what is a demagogue willing to do is more than happy to not fill positions because they're not particularly interested in an effective government actually running. The idea that the game here is just I want to break left and you want to break right misses the fact that what a demagogue wants to do is to degrade institutions, is to undermine institutions. And so that's what they'll do. They're more than happy to live with these present arrangements. We talked in the last conversation about norms, like what are the right norms, what are the state of norms. I would like to suggest that norms are insufficient when you have a demagogue in office. And so a big part of the conversation we need to be having is how do you move from a world where there's a reliance upon norms to actually hard and fast rules that are self-executing. These unilateral powers, I'm delighted this next panel is going to be talking about emergency powers. These unilateral powers, it isn't just that they're problematic in terms of bad policy, they're piecemeal. I quite agree with Francis's point yesterday, which is that they're poor substitute for legislation. It's that there too, in the hands of a demagogue, all kinds of damage can be done. And that needs to be front and center. And so when we think about President's relationship to Congress, here we are, is that how do we enliven the legislative process and allow for deliberate, sustained engagement across the branches of government that enlists presidential leadership in productive ways, that don't just say, well, there's dysfunction there everywhere, so I'm going to pivot and do all this stuff administratively, or I'm going to live with a world in which I don't need to confirm a bunch of appointees because I can do all this other nonsense through other means. And so, last thing, this is a bit of a rant, but it's kind of like,
okay,
I think we need to have front and center, like, what is
Totally
the big,
right, yes.
what is the big thing in play
Yeah,
here?
it
The big
is.
thing is the undermining of democracy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's in play here, and it isn't just about holds or minor changes to confirmation processes, or even today's news about how we're going to get a speaker. It's that we stand. Trump may well be the next president, and there's a bunch of people lined up to take his mantle and to press that case forward. And when we think about restoring our democracy, it's about enlivening this democratic process and making the legislative process one not just wherein bills get passed and money are spent, but wherein we deliberately address problems that the American public wants to see addressed. And that's where I think we see a lot of falling down.
No, and you're exactly right. If there's a group that, and I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the name of it, but that is about identifying people for a next Trump administration, and they talk about not confirming people.
Yeah, that was my next.
Well, but it's another group too that's doing that, and they talk about not having confirmed people so that they can just go in and do all these extra constitutional things and unconstitutional things. So you're exactly right, and that's why the whole democracy message that President Biden is talking about is first and foremost the most important thing.
And when I raised the House Speaker issue, it was because it is a symptom of the former president's grip on his party.
And it has been defeated. He did endorse Jim Jordan, so that is a first line of defeat. But Ramaswamy and DeSantis are also a symptom of Trump, and they are.
I'd like to take what you were talking about and go further, which is, and also what you were talking about, Congresswoman, the Project 2025 plan from candidates like Trump, candidates like Ramaswamy, candidates like DeSantis, which Heritage Foundation is one of the foundations that is pushing for this, which would potentially abolish the Department of Education, the FBI, install loyalists at the Justice Department. Dawn and Guillen, how then, if the next president, let's say it's former President Trump, starts to do this, what is the role for Congress here? And will there be any checks and balances? I mean, what happens next?
Thank you. I mean, I think I agree with Professor Howell here that we've buried the lead on the conference. Once that's happened, we're so far down the road that I don't know what the solution is. I think the issue, again, is that we're not talking enough about policy. We're talking about institutions, and we're talking about reforms, and the nitty-gritty of how the House or the Senate functions in relation to the White House office. But what I see is, and I'm a historian, I'm not a practitioner, but what I see is 50 years of failure in the big picture. Not every issue, not every piece of legislation, but a political class, by which I include all of us, think tanks, university experts, Congress, the White House, everyone, have not ultimately dealt with the problems facing the American public. And then we come in and we talk about populism and we talk about polarization as though we're surprised. I wrote my first book about Philadelphia and the problem of deindustrialization, the loss of the manufacturing base in that city as a case study of communities effectively like it around the country, and how people at the local level struggle to deal with that problem. And within the context of federal policy, that wasn't interested. that ultimately, going back to Lyndon Johnson, was not interested in what I described as the problem of jobs, whether it was affecting white working class communities or African American communities. And there were efforts in both. And in the city government, even the city government of Philadelphia in the 1960s, believe it or not, to creatively address that. But they got nothing from Washington. And we can play this out again and again through policy issue after policy issue. And I don't pretend to stand here and, it's not my place to say which particular packages of policies in that time period would have addressed those problems, but they weren't the priorities. And so here we are in 2023, and we're talking about the nuts and bolts, and that's great. And I think there are a lot of good ideas here. I don't mean to dismiss what we've talked about, but,
right, you're essentially, I think, getting at the fact that policy and nuts and bolts can't even be changed if the federal government isn't functioning.
It goes beyond federal government. It goes to the priorities with which the political class is operating. And so, for all, I don't know, we can debate the start point, what I'm talking about, but I think a half century is a good marker. It hasn't been in the right place.
So, how many days do I have? Okay. First off, let me just say I'm the least qualified person at this conference to be at this conference. At this table, the last time I actually had anything formal to do with Congress was 49 summers ago when I was a summer intern for Congressman Charlie Rose from the 7th District of North Carolina. I worked in the executive branch for only 4.5 years, and I was accidental in both roles I played there. But so the first thing I want to say is to Will and Gian, amen, brothers. Because I could not agree with you more, and I think that is the lead, and it's a lead that we better come to terms with. So think for a minute. We talked before about the big C Constitution and the little c Constitution. Well, the most important words, both big C and little c, are the first words. We the people, in order to form a more perfect union. Guess what? That is a myth. Our democracy is organized around a myth. Not in a pejorative way, but it's a myth. Who in their right minds, in the history of the world, would believe that we, the people, would ever have the power collectively to plot our own destiny? It was, in fact, a radical revolution when it was put into place, when it was asserted, and it has been a radical revolution for all of these years, coming on 250, let's not forget, that it has been able to sustain itself. And we also know that in our history, that myth has broken down at a number of times. A couple of times, they weren't just sui generis. By the way, we had a sui generis violent insurrection on January the 6th, 2021. Let's hope it's unique in our history. But my point is, the myth is perpetuated when the people, we, the people, believe that it's working. And it is self-perpetuating if it is working. And what has happened, I've been watching this since, as we all have, since 2015, when the sui generis person came down on the escalator in New York City. And you look at what has happened. It's not anger. It's not despair. It's far worse for a democracy that has to be built on the perpetuation of belief in something that can happen. It is cynicism. It is the belief that the whole system, I call it the political industrial complex, is rigged on behalf of those who are in it and the people who are their supporters, and that everyone else, and it doesn't really matter, left or right, black or white, red or blue, they believe that it's all a joke and that it doesn't work for them. And 50 years is a pretty good marking point, because when we look at what has happened, and there hasn't been enough talk here about economic policy, which I would submit should be what the next of these conference really focuses on. How do we regenerate a sense of growth and opportunity that actually does include as many people as possible. In a world that is, and some of this was bound to happen, the world is changing radically right now. The economy, where one's individual personal role is in that economy, whether or not your children can have a better life than you have. If I could, I'm going to pause a minute. One of the things that first drew me to Bill Clinton when I was still a journalist was he talked about, and it's good because he talked about a professor of his at Georgetown University named Carroll Quigley, who taught him Western civilization. And there's Billy Clinton from Hot Springs, Arkansas, who's a freshman taking Western civilization. And this guy, Carroll Quigley, talked about something. He said, the thing that distinguishes the Western civilization from all others that have been dominant in the world is something called future preference. And it had two parts to it. One, the belief the future can always be better than the past, revolutionary. And two, that each and every person has a moral responsibility to help make that happen and a role in it. And until we can get back to having people believe that through policy and the like. So where does that lead us to government and the like? We have to, people have to see that Congress and the president working together are doing things, can get things done. And by the way, they have to see them. And this is where the problems with omnibus and CRs and all of this comes into play. Who the hell knows what has just happened, right? And some excellent things got done in the first 2 years of the Biden presidency, quite shockingly to a lot of people, and it's great that they have, but they don't see them and they don't feel them. So I will just submit this. I think the other big provocative thing I want to say, and that's the incentive here, is to be as provocative as possible. You know, we're talking about these two political parties and partisanship and all of that. I think both of the dominant political parties that have organized our lives, political life for the last 150 years, are dying. They may be dead already, but let's just submit for a moment that they are dying. They're dying for the reasons that political parties have always died in history, and certainly in our histories. They have stopped serving the needs of the people and the moment and the times that we're in and that we're moving into. I did a little math when I was sitting back here with the great and good Judy Woodruff, and the Whig Party, which you all know, kind of played a pivotal role in our history in the 19th century, but was only existing as a party for about 20 to 25 years. 9 of our presidents were either in the Whig Party when they were elected or had been Whigs. 1 in 5 of the US presidents were there. And that's because the Whigs, and they had their faults, but they were speaking to a massive change towards an urban middle class that was happening during that period in history. Our parties have got to figure out how they do this. And I will tell you, we're at, I hate to use this cliche, we are at an inflection point. This is a time of realignment. The Problem Solvers Caucus, which I'm sure, you know, causes a lot of problems for people that are trying to solve problems for, but you know. You said that, not me. Yeah, I know. But you know.
They may be dissolving.
The demagogue always needs there to be cynicism, because the demagogue wants to tear it all down. Only I can solve it, right? Only I can fix it. There's no other government. There's no other need for anything. We need problem solvers who are going to come together. And I would tell you, it won't be this time. I hope it's not, because I think if it is this time, it will wind up with the demagogue back in power. But by 2028, I think we are moving towards a new party alignment.
Different parties.
And I hope we do.
It sounds as though, I think you two agree as well, the professors, that it sounds as though the political system has to change before even there can be a repairing of the relationship between the presidency and Congress. But Congresswoman, I'm sorry, because Valerie wanted to chime in, and then Dan, very quickly, if you could.
So Don talked yesterday about being naive and idealistic, and we've asked some hard questions, and so I will naively offer a couple of solutions. One, LF talked about Derek Kilmer and the House Committee on Modernization and the fact that they're sitting together, Republicans and Democrats working together. And I believe there's at least one other House committee that has adopted that model since then. So let us hope hope or recommend or do what we can to see if that type of work can continue to as a model to structure. Two, you asked, like, can we do anything to legislate in the face of these huge problems? And one model that I'm familiar with is the Presidential Transition Act, which had almost no guidelines until recently, when Josh Bolton ran a transition for George W. Bush that established a lot of best practices. And Mike Leavitt and Ted Kaufman, informed by people like Chris Liddell, have created a law that all of the good things that happened in the 2020 transition that Chris led until the election and January 6th were legal requirements to have tabletop exercises and MOUs on information sharing, and it took norms and turned them into law that are now followed even in the most difficult circumstances. And third, you brought up challenges for civil servants and attacks on them. And I will say that every civil servant that I have worked with has taken their responsibility seriously. They show up, they sign up for a job where they know they will serve whoever the president is. And they set up programs and then 4 years later, they take them down again. And political appointees have to stop treating civil servants as if they're the problem. That's it.
Thank you. Dan,
I just want to build a little bit on what Bill and Don said, because I agree, we bearing the lead. I'm not sure I agree with your conclusion what the lead is. I go back to what we talked about yesterday. I think the root of the problem is a polarization of people, as Josh referenced it yesterday, and a lot of people agreed with. I agree with Don. I think it's on both sides. I can talk with more, experience on those grievances on the Republican side, because I've been in a lot of rooms. But there's a perception that their views and their values are under attack every day. I mean, it's more cultural. There's not their views are not represented in Hollywood. They're not represented in academia. They're not represented in the mainstream media by a large extent. They watch late night TV and they're ridiculed. And my point simply is, until we get to the root problem of that, I think there would be a lot bigger commitment on the part of folks on the right to diversity if it included diversity of thought. That doesn't exist in a lot of these institutions. And I don't think you're going to get to the point where Congress can work better with the president, or Congress can work functionally together, unless we start trying to address that root problem of polarization.
William, go ahead.
So I want to disagree in the following way. Polarization is a very real thing, but I know how to argue with somebody who takes a set of principled stands on what the right policies are and the appropriate design of government is, in a way that is productive. And those are our standard. We've lived in those politics for a very long time. What's emergent now is the thing, Don, that you were describing, which is this populist force, which is not in the service of a more effective government. It's not in the service of, do we have big government or small government? It's about degrading our institutions through and through.
Because they don't think it works for them.
No, that's right. But that kind of division is one that is, to my mind, those who would like to constructively think about how do we build a more effective government? How do we reach the needs and wants of people in ways that are responsible and small d democratically enhancing? And this populist force, which is really anti-democratic and anti-institutional.
And I have a question, Professor, and we're basically out of time, so I'm sorry for asking you with almost no time left. But I have 15 minutes. Oh, I have 15 minutes. Never mind. I thought we had to finish at noon. Wow, thank you. That's so great. So
I have a
20 minutes. Okay, I just want to ask a question, and then I'll come to you, Fred.
That is the voice of
That is the voice. What is causing, though, that belief that the institutions don't work for them? Because there are a number of candidates, including the former president, who feed that belief by saying these institutions are rigged, and I
think Dean and Dan pointed towards it. It both speaks to failures of government, persistent failures of government to meet the very real harm done by big, hard global problems, like globalization, like population movement, these kinds of things. There's been acute harm. So too has there been a sort of a cultural identity element, which is about a sense that these anxieties that are released are not being attended to and responded to. And that's a story, again, this is why, among the many reasons why I don't like the idea of talking, it's not helpful to talk about Trump as sui generis as if he sort of fell from the sky, right? And then he's here disrupting things, but he'll go away and all will be well. He's tapping into something that has got deep historical roots and that is going to persist as long as our institutions continue to fail.
And he's not providing solutions.
No,
is the
he's
thing.
not.
I mean, it is a grift operation. I mean, Steve Bannon is just making money. He's not providing solutions. He's just he is the burn it all down person and just making money off of these things. There's just a big story on this whole Turning Point operation, which is just making it's a young people thing where they supposedly are out there. Since we're on a campus, please do not send your children to Turning Point. It's just a grift operation that has made Charlie Kirk $5 million millions of dollars. He has a $5 million house at 29 and 29 years old. So these are really grift operations. And if anyone has read Fever in the Heartland, this wonderful book about the KKK and the rise of the KKK in the 20s, it shows how that was all a grift operation too. So once again, we find these things where they tap into real people who have needs. It was just a whole grift operation. So that's what we're really seeing right now. But I did want to speak to another thing that we do with the former members and these groups, since we're on a campus, is we really need to focus on young people and making sure they are voting over the next year, because what we just saw in Poland, for example, where they were, veering towards authoritarianism, which is going it's not just us, it's all over Europe, right? And they pulled back from the brink. One of the things, when Don talked about this cynicism and the despair, one of the things that we have to make sure that I think we're all doing in our efforts here is that we do give them that hope, and we talk about the people who do care about our institutions and that we are serious about them. That's why I think last year's the president's focus on the democracy speeches that he gave, and as somebody who is a single issue voter now, democracy first voter, and the efforts that are going on now all over the country to focus on voting, because that is one of the things that Trump is also focused, that was the whole
on expanding the right
election denying and trying to harm your votes. In Pennsylvania, Governor Shapiro, did a lot on voting now and the motor voter, and that's something you're seeing attacked now from Trump and others. But fortunately, in these swing states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, you have people who are very much invested in voting. And we have a bipartisan group of people. Actually, in Pennsylvania, Governor Shapiro appointed a Republican election officer, somebody who had fought the Trump operation when they were trying to do all the election denying. So you really do have a bipartisan effort. And I'm also part of Issue 1 operations now, which is a big bipartisan effort of former members who are dedicated to that. So I think we need to really make sure young people are engaged and not despairing, because you're seeing that all over the country where maybe they aren't as engaged as they should be. In 2020, they did get out there, and we need to make sure over the next year that they are part of the solution, not...
Fred or Don, I saw you seemed like you wanted to jump in a little bit.
So not to despair, I would go back to the history of the perpetuation of our national myth, we the people. There are lessons from our history that teach us what to do now, and I'm not saying that we're not in a horrible, perhaps even unique moment in our history. But there are things we should learn. First off, Joe Biden knows a lot of them, not small reason because he's lived a lot of that history, but
he says he's 180 years old.
Right. And I applaud what he and others, including Louisa, have done in order to help to bring us forward on this. But I think from the standpoint of policy, if what we're talking about is bringing people back to the belief and bringing them away from the darkness, we should wipe the word comprehensive from the national policy agenda, because that's what no one believes, and it's too big. We need to get back to being specific and concrete, by the way, sometimes really concrete, because infrastructure matters to people, and and be as clear as possible about what the link and connection is between those things that are being done. And it's a whole lot better to do 10 things than it is 100 things, and how that's going to help people in their lives, where they live, and what they're trying to get done. And we have lost that. And so I'm going to go back to the reviled communications function from yesterday. Being able to express that, articulate it, have it backed up with the actions, because the actions are always going to be more important than the words, but you can't tell people about it without the words. And then not have it only be the voice of one person who did give an extraordinary speech last night. But one person's voice is not enough, even the president's voice. So this is where parties have to come back together, and this is why I would be more hopeful if we had a realigned party around problem solvers, maybe not that caucus, who went to the people and said, we are here to get the work done. And whether it's, I used to call myself a Republican, I used to call myself a Democrat, maybe I'll do that next week again. We're here to get this done. And we're going to do it for you. And we'll compromise too, because we don't have all the answers. And then here are the 10 things we're here to get done. We're going to tell you every time we do one of them. And we're going to actually go out and show you, once they're being done, how it's changing your lives. I know it ain't that easy, but we have to get back to that.
Chris, go ahead, and then Louisa, I have a question for you.
Sure. So I don't want to repeat everything I said yesterday, but I do want to come back to a couple of the key points. If we try and solve everything, we solve nothing. So I want to build on what Don says, which I think is a very good point. All of my work that I've been doing is rebuilding trust in government through making it more effective. Will that solve polarization and everything? No, but you go on a long journey one step at a time. And I think there are, when I think of the mismatch between the president and Congress, which does need to be strengthened, there's two ways you can fix that: by trying to constrain the president or by trying to lift the performance of the legislative side. And I vote for the second, because I don't think the presidency is effective enough already, let alone needs to be constrained again. So all of my propositions are around firstly, how you make the presidency more effective, and how do you make the presidency's relationships with other parts of the government more effective. And I think there are a series of practical steps that won't solve everything, that won't deal with all the anguish around the table, but will take the country forward by having agencies focus on delivering basic citizen services, which is what I think most people actually really care about, other than a lot of the issues we think are important, and by giving us the best chance to pass bipartisan legislation by focusing on a lot of the issues that Francis Lee raised, and also by making better legislation, because as Francis pointed out yesterday in her paper, the number of pages we're producing is the same, it's just we're writing these voluminous laws. So there are practical, implementable steps that will improve the effectiveness of government, and in doing so, show people that it's performing for them, that I think at least is the beginning of the journey towards rebuilding trust.
Louisa, I have a question for you, which is that I think out of everyone at the table, you were the one that was most recently in the administration, in an administration, and also engaged regularly with Congress as the legislative affairs director, and did help spearhead the bipartisan bills that were passed. Do you think, given your work with members of Congress, that there is a majority in Congress that is still engaged in good faith in this American experiment? Because when we talk about the larger thing that is looming over all of this, which is threats to democracy, and whether or not we're even going to have a peaceful transition of power, you were there, you were talking to all of them, working through, and Dan, you were too, but I mean, are they fully still engaged in good faith in this American experiment?
I would say like a resounding yes, right? I really believe that. And again, it's not, just sort of the fuzzy haze of being up on Congress or having a deep affection and respect for them. I absolutely think that is the case. And I think that Dan is right, is that part of this is people are not being heard. And I think that that's we have to figure out how to do that in a way. I think, everyone's saying things that I think are really kind of, it's a confluence, right? And so to Don's point about how you're reaching people and how you're telling the story, and does the bridge really matter, and how has it changed? And now your Medicare, you don't have to, $35 insulin. Like, how do you get that to people that really matter and they're hearing? This whole thing is, I have a 21-year-old who doesn't crack a newspaper. Like, it's all on Snapchat and on TikTok. And that's great, right? And how do we make that great? So it's this confluence of things, but I do think the goodwill is there. I take a lot, Dan gives me a hard time, and I'm kind of a Senate gal to start. And he still likes me anyway, and Marie says so anyway. And, I take very heartened by sort of the reporting, and I've seen it live as sort of Senator Murkowski, Senator Romney, Senator Portman, like that group, how they came together and kind of having dinner, and those conversations are happening. We have a lot of work to make that actualized and to solve a lot of these problems, but the state of the union is strong. I'm a little optimistic. I am.
Dan, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, Dan, are you gonna be?
No, I agree with.
Kill my buzz.
No,
Come on. What's wrong with you?
Your question was, is there a majority?
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
There's an overwhelming majority that want to make it function. Look at the vote on the CR. If they could figure out how to tee
gain
up
power, I guess, because right now it seems as though the minority is
hijacking.
There's a minority of the majority.
Moving the majority.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. Professor Guillen, I'm just curious if you have anything else that you'd like to add, as you hear everyone talk about the potential solutions.
Yeah, I think I would sum it up, and maybe this is what we're doing, but I think we need both self-awareness of our history, our very specific history of what people in the policy world have done, the choices that have been made. And I think we need critique of institutions. To Dan Meyer's point about academia, I think academia needs more self-critique on some of the lines that you suggest, and I'm happy that some of that is happening. I'll point to a recent book by Yasha Monk, political scientist at Johns Hopkins, critiquing what he calls the identity synthesis, and I think ways that are very constructive. They're not simply hostile or simple attacks on DEI or anything else. But I think ultimately I agree with Don Baer. We are at a very difficult moment of transition. Again, college students, talk to college students about how they feel about the parties. Boy, you Republicans in the room, wow, it's ugly, but it's not much better for the Democrats.
Well, what do they say? Can you give us one example for you?
They do not feel, and there's some activists certainly who are committed, but they do not feel that the parties as they exist, as they connect to the larger political system, represent the needs that they perceive, and that they don't act on the needs that they perceive for people their age in particular, and the challenges that they're going to face moving forward. And they're looking for alternatives. And the system's not really providing it right now. Alternatives in terms of leadership, quite specifically.
Can I
go for
throw, just because, before the clock, the bell strikes, I want to throw out, it was articulated before, but I'll give it the pitch, which is like, what is a kind of, I like the reform itself. I also like the scale of the reform. This is what we need to sort of be thinking about, which is fast track authority for things that go beyond trade. That one way to think about how do you jumpstart a legislative process and to force votes on issues that right now are buried because the party leaders, their interest is attending to the health and well-being of the parties within Congress, is to give the president the power to come forward and to say, here's something on immigration reform, here's something on entitlement reform, here's something on climate change, vote on it. You can vote it down, but you've got to vote on it. You have to vote on an up or down basis within a set period of time. It's just something that Terry and I have written about in previous books, and we think it has the benefit of responsibly leveraging the kind of national outlook that presidents have, which is to the good, without, in the hands of a demagogue, this isn't the kind of agenda-setting power isn't the thing you worry about. Unilateral powers is something you should worry about. Agenda-setting power, less so.
You're talking about a rule that would essentially make it so this has to be fast-tracked. It has to be brought to the floor, a piece of climate change legislation, no matter.
Yeah.
Who's going to be the proposer?
The president.
When you're, but
That sounds rather authoritarian to me.
yeah, I mean, the problem is who's going to be the proposer on that. I mean, Josh this morning talked about the intricacies of doing a trade deal. That's something that the president tosses up to Congress and say, do it. He can send his budget that way and they're going to say no. What responsibility then does it happen? Does it does it reside in members of Congress to come up with a process that gives this take it or leave it piece of legislation? I think that's pretty pie in the sky, actually.
Is there anyone from the audience that would like to chime in? Francis, would you, or Judy, if you have a question, you can toss it on.
I don't want to push her to critique the fast track proposal. Come on.
Let's get a debate going in the 5 minutes we have left.
I mean, I'm skeptical that the president is in a position to put together the package that can pass the Congress, that the negotiation has to take place inside the Congress. And so the Congress has to play a role in working it out.
In crafting the legislation.
Presidential administrations are not set up to host an airing of the views across the spectrum that's necessary to get something through the Congress. They're staffed, as Sid's work has shown. You know, it's executive-centered partisanship. They're staffed by their own allies. So it has to be vetted through the Congress.
In theory, though, I mean, let's just look at this national security package right now that the president has just proposed. It does have border security because he's taken insight from Republicans who want that included, including things that address the flow of fentanyl. And Republicans want action on Ukraine and Israel. A lot want action on Israel. So I guess in a case like this, do you think this could be fast-tracked? And then why would you say no? Because it has had input from Congress.
Well, if it is fast-tracked, it's because there's congressional support. The question is, with a proposal to allow presidents to have fast-track authority across the board, is to force Congress to react to presidential proposals even when they don't appeal to Congress. So
is there a reason that they shouldn't just, I guess, what's the argument for, Congress can vote it down, so why not just vote on it?
Well, it's I mean, Congress writes the laws. I mean,
which is why they can vote it down, right?
That's right. They can vote it down, but why should the president be able to set the agenda? Do we want to make presidents more like Latin American presidents? Is that what we want? We want to.
I think there's a way. As the child of divorced parents, I think there's a way to bring this together. I think, but I think it doesn't have to come. I think you're right. It doesn't have to come from the president. When you talk to members, the one thing they say is, "I just want to vote. I came here to vote." And the energy in the system that is causing all of these problems, which is so real and which makes Donald Trump, a special character, but animated by forces that have been around for a long time, as somebody who covered the Buchanan campaign in '92. When you talk to members, they are angry with their leadership, and the energy comes from the people. And so if you could get them, I mean, Mitch McConnell is not a popular person, but if you wait for everything to get to the stage where it's so big, like the funding for Ukraine and funding for Israel, that I think defeats the purpose. You want bills on the floor that get to the stuff that the people care about and not the leaders and the lobbyists who are paying for them. And so I think you can get the energy from the bottom up to go after the leaders, and it doesn't have to come from the president.
William, would you like to add, or Katie?
I was just going to say, can you talk more about sort of how does this specifically work? It strikes me as a major separation of powers violation to allow the president to, and also what happens to the committee system and the subcommittees and all of those important steps, those iterative steps that really create good legislation.
There's so much to say here, right? There's so much to say here. Here's what I'd suggest. I mean, to sort of distill. The idea that we're going to resuscitate a functional legislative process strictly by working within Congress is misguided in my view. And there are ways to leverage the adjoining branches of government, as we've done in lots of ways. That the 1921 Budget Act was an effort to look to the president for guidance on the budgetary process. Fast track authority, as it's constituted as it relates to trade, is a recognition by members of Congress that they can't help themselves not to lard up any foreign trade bill with all kinds of buyouts and carve-outs and special exceptions for their home districts. And there's a recognition that there's certain bills that are national in orientation, that are bipartisan in orientation, that might be put forward, that we can't expect to be put forward by the majority party leaders, that presidents might play a role in, and simply say, here. And they would have to do so, if they're going to do so in a smart way, in ways that stand a chance of actually passing. This isn't the work of an authoritarian. This is about agenda setting in order to jumpstart a legislative process where, when it's as broken as it is, in my view, what we have are presidents exercising their unilateral powers left and right. And there's the problem. There's the thing to worry about, are all the unilateral powers that are being wielded. And so there's like a ton to say here, clearly. But what the boundaries are across the various branches of government are continually being negotiated and renegotiated. And the kind of authority that we're talking about would probably require a constitutional amendment. But what was done in trade policy was done statutorily, the granting of that authority to the extent that it lasted. And you could imagine other kinds of versions of this passing statutorily as well.
And with that note, we do have to end it there, so I thank you to everyone on the panel and for the audience engagement.
Clearly not what I should have done. It's not what I should have done for this conference, but.
I'm Mara Sally. Nice to see you. Hi, Sally Yates. Nice to see you. Hello. Nice to meet you.
At the head of the table and never wanted to, particularly with Sally Yates at the table. You should be sitting here.
No.
Good
How
to
are
see
you, Judge?
I'm great. Good to see you.
Where's Bill? Okay, we're here. All right, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. I'm John Dickerson. This is the third and final session, which we've retooled slightly based on earlier sessions. It's now entitled John Rawls, A Life Reconsidered. You know, the funny thing about him is he apparently was, he was like, he hated the limelight. So the idea that his name is being bandied about here is, I think, is a hopeful sign that ideas live on, even if you're not running in front of the cameras all the time. So today's session will be about kind of the balance in presidential power, the shape of emergency powers, why they're necessary, vital to the job, but also how they can go wrong, both when you are a hero in error as a president or when you are a wannabe a demagogue. And my hope is that we can do brief remarks as I go down the table and then engage in the kind of conversation both at the table and from the back benches that we enjoyed in the previous session. So, Sai, I'll start with you. Your essay in the book is about the kind of sloppiness of the grants of emergency authority to presidents. Give us a sense of the of your argument, and then what are the stakes there with these emergency powers that go on forever, and what do you think realistically can be done?
Well, it's great again to be here, and thanks for the Miller Center for putting this on. I think, you know, at least some of the answers to these difficult problems can be found in the past, because we've had emergencies before, and we've had to pass legislation, both ex ante and ex post legislation, to deal with it. And so we can go back to the Revolutionary War. Congress wasn't always in session, and from time to time it would give authority to George Washington to detain people indefinitely, to try them before military courts, to seize supplies. And what they would do is they would say, you can do this for 60 days after we meet, and then obviously if we think you need to continue to have this authority, we'll give it to you again. But there's no reason for you to have these kinds of super consequential, truly emergency powers forever. We're going to give them to you in a sort of limited duration. And you know, after the Constitution's drafted in the first or second Congress, they pass a Militia Act that authorizes the president to summon the militia. When the laws can't be executed by the ordinary civil means, the president has authority to call forth the militias, but he needs a judge to certify that the laws can't be faithfully executed by the ordinary civil means. And so there's a check there, right? And so there are answers in the past that we could draw upon. I want to contrast, I think, two modern situations, which I think, to my mind, are kind of silly. Donald Trump gets $1 billion from Nancy Pelosi to build a border wall the same day he declares an emergency and transfers $5 billion of funds to build a larger border wall. You know, you could think there's an emergency at the border, but you can also suspect that Congress has decided it'll be $1 billion and not $6 billion. And then I think, you know, President Biden's student loan forgiveness, I think, you know, I like to tease my students. He gave the loan forgiveness under the HEROES Act, and I say, you guys are all heroes. I just think, you know, it's a political move to help him with his base, and you know, I don't begrudge it, the political nature of it, but it's just not an emergency. So what I would suggest a couple of reforms. I think maybe we can build in checks that some third party, maybe the courts, maybe some other institutions, can decide whether there actually is an emergency. I think we can do perhaps a better job of defining what is or is not an emergency. And then I think finally, there's no reason why emergencies ought to last forever. If something lasts forever, it's not an emergency, and the legislation shouldn't be triggered by an emergency, right? It should just be ratified under ordinary law. If it's really truly emergency, give them 60 or 90 days after, the measure will take effect when the president says it will, and then it will last 60 or 90 days after Congress reconvenes. And of course, if Congress never reconvenes, the authority would continue indefinitely. I think that solves the problem of truly emergency situations and leaves the authority with the institution that should properly exercise it, Congress. And as we learned yesterday from Professor Lee, Congress has shown an ability to act in emergencies over and over and over again. Sometimes you might think they've perhaps done too much, but they certainly haven't shown an inability to legislate in the face of an emergency. So that's my suggestion.
Excellent. Thank you, Cy. Now we're going to go to Bob Bauer, who is with us via electronic communication. And he will appear hopefully soon.
Hi, John.
There you are. Hello, Bob.
Hi, how are you?
We're fine. We're going to, I'm not hearing you very well at the moment, so we're going to try and address that. And I'll just talk for a second. So, Bob, you've written about transparency. You've housed a lot of solutions to presidential overreach in the idea of transparency. So I'd love it if you would outline that idea. And then if you could just sort of walk through how that would work. I mean, who's going to make the president more transparent? And then finally, what happens when you set up a system of transparency and you get a president who has no interest in being transparent at all? And hopefully now the audio has hopefully been fixed.
Okay, am I clearer now?
I think maybe if we can get it turned up a little bit, but I can hear you.
Okay. Well, let me know, and if I have to raise the decibel level, I certainly will do that. The paper just stresses transparency as a mechanism for addressing abuses of presidential power that could potentially be more effective as a ground of compromise than major struggles over Article II authority, just substantive struggles. The whole question of transparency, or the whole utility of transparency, being flushing out into the open for public debate, public pressure, the participation of civil society from any direction whatsoever, flushing open presidential actions and forcing some degree of accountability that permits constraints then to be developed and to apply. And of course, we know that there have been, for example, some less controversial collapses of transparency requirements or transparency norms in the last several years that may well need to be shored up by legislation. A good example being production by presidential candidates of their tax returns, which operated by norm for a long time, and then certainly that norm is in question now. But I just wanted to concentrate on just one example of how transparency would work very briefly in the context of emergencies. And the emergency statutes that I would like to refer to here are of a particular kind. That is the Insurrection Act, that authorizes the president in some cases to quell insurrections, rebellions, whatever, to enforce federal law, to deploy militias or the armed forces in particular states, sometimes on the president's own determination that such an insurrection, rebellion, whatever has occurred and the use of force is required, and sometimes at the request of states, different statutes covering different circumstances. And in the book that Jack Goldsmith and I wrote, we strongly suggest that this Insurrection Act needs to be reformed. You might remember that at least one senior Trump administration official suggested using the Insurrection Act as a backup if people protested measures that were being recommended for him to overturn the outcome of the election. Somebody said to that senior official, there could be riots in the street, and that official responded by saying, well, that's why we have an Insurrection Act. So you would have people protesting Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the election, and then Donald Trump being advised to use troops to stop the protests. So it seems like it's a timely concern. These statutes are old. Some of the language certainly needs to be reformed. But on the transparency front, and just on the transparency front, there are all sorts of transparency measures that would force the president by law to be accountable, and I think in a way that is purely constitutional, to the Congress for the exercise of this Insurrection Act authority. If the president's responding, for example, to a request from states, theoretically responding to a request from states, and Congress would require details about the consultation that the president engaged in with the states, the requests that the states made. If the president acts on their own authority, Congress can require reporting to the Congress on the nature of the threat, the projected use of force, the limits that the president has taken to address the problem by means other than the use of force, and fleshing out any state or local concerns that were communicated to the executive branch about the use of force. And there are ways to build these reporting requirements into whatever duration is permitted for the use of presidential authority. So this would require then this information to become public, and for Congress to have the ability to intervene if it's not satisfied with the president's responses, and frankly for other actors in the political space to put pressure on Congress and pressure on the administration in the event that these statutes are being abused in the name of an emergency, rebellion, insurrection, unlawful combination, some of the language that appears in the Insurrection Act. So that's an example of the kind of reform that uses transparency to address these issues, that skirts some of the more complicated, likely more involved conversations that would take place over substantive reforms to define, for example, terms like insurrection, assemblage, unlawful combination.
Excellent. I think one of the things that interests me is whether Congress really wants to intervene sometimes in some of these thorny questions, but we'll leave that for a moment. Eric and Alan, let's talk now about the use of these emergency powers. Eric, I'll start with you. Are the emergency powers that the president has sufficient to the kinds of emergencies that an administration faces? If not, where should they be improved? And how much should a president or administration rely on its own restraint in maintaining a larger view about the separation of powers, or is that not their concern? They got to just deal with the emergency and let other people stop them.
Well, John, I started the panel I was on yesterday with a confession, so I think I need to do the same today. And my confession today was really sparked by the comments from Don Baer and Barbara Comstock in the earlier panel when they reflected on American political history changing partisan alliances. I started life as a Democrat. I grew up in a family in New York City where I was taught that if you voted Republican, if you pulled the lever for Republican, which shows you how old I am, that your hand would wither. And I became a Republican under Ronald Reagan. But I have now decided, thanks to Don Baer, I am a Whig.
Yes, Tippecanoe and Tyler too. Go ahead.
So, we spoke yesterday, in an earlier panel. I think the president's authorities to deal with a national security emergency, don't need to be augmented. I'm concerned, really, particularly in the current moment, that there's more of a desire to try and constrain them. And while I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not going to play one on TV here, and I don't want to engender a debate about the unitary presidency, but in the current moment, I understand the desire to end our endless wars and the discussion about revising or revoking the AUMFs. But, in the light of the president's speech last night, and the fact that I think we're at a particularly perilous moment in international affairs, I know Philip may agree with that. I know his and my former boss, Bob Gates, has just said that we're facing the most serious, complex national security set of crises since the end of the Second World War. I agree with that. We've got the major land war in Europe, biggest land war in Europe since 1945. We're perhaps on the cusp of a regional war in the Middle East. We still have 2,500 troops in Iraq and Syria, and Monday will be the 40th anniversary of the bombing of the Marine Corps barracks by Hezbollah, which before 9/11 killed more Americans than any other terrorist group. hits me very much personally. I was the person who had to wake up then Secretary of State George Shultz in the middle of the night, tell him what had happened, former Marine. So given that set of facts, and given the auto da fe that is the Republican conference in the House of Representatives, it strikes me that it is the wrong time and the wrong place to be having a debate about the president's authorities to respond to conflict, given the high chance that he may have to use those powers in order to defend our forces abroad and the United States of America at home. And before I yield back, I would like to reserve time later, if I could, John, to amend my earlier confession.
Oh.
Because I started out by saying I was a creature of the deep state. It was meant to be a sarcastic comment. But in light of Sarah Wilson's comments yesterday, it's actually a Turkish import into the United States. And as a former U.S. ambassador to Turkey, I have, I think, special authority to speak about the deep state, and I'd like to come back to that.
The gentleman is recognized. But now that you're reserving your time, it sounds like you're more of a creature of Congress than of the deep state. So you'll have to work that out with your confessor. Alan, pick up on this idea of the emergency powers of the presidency, where they are in the correct balance, but then also Eric makes the very strong case for the current national security environment, which is so perilous, and Bob Gates writes about the fact that because the rest of the American institutions of government are in collapse, it makes America less safe. On the other hand, these also sound like the arguments that would be very useful for somebody who wanted to use the chaos of the moment to promise order and use all of these emergency powers to do willy-nilly as they pleased, which may or may not be in the national interest.
Sure. So, like so many people have done before me in the last day and a half, and people in both Congress and the executive branch, I'm going to redirect your question just slightly. Because, I think the issue here is it's not so much executive powers, but it was the other side of Sai's essay about the nature of constraints. And I think that the overarching theme of our conference so far has been, we've seen this, we've observed a series of undesirable outcomes over the last year, 5 years, but particularly the last 6 or 7 years, and this has created demand for increased constraints on the executive in particular. The American people essentially have elected in the recent past someone that many of us may find anathema. And so the solution to that is to impose greater constraints on the executive branch in general and the executive in particular. So from a historical observation, this need for constraints is not new. The founding fathers were acutely aware or concerned about unlimited executive power in King George and in the monarchic system in England and in Europe. So those concerns, they're just as valid today. The power and authority of the executive branch as one of the three co-equals of government, but also the authority and power invested in the president as an individual is far greater today. But at the same time, so too are the constraints that individual faces. And these are multiple levels and layers. So we don't live today in, excuse me, Jefferson's world where Jefferson empowered Commodore Barron to go to Tripoli, and he was authorized, if he saw fit, Commodore Barron that was, to invade Tripoli with an overland army invasion to install a new leader of Tripoli. The president today is constrained by international law, so as was remarked yesterday, it wasn't until 1927 in the Kellogg-Briand Pact that invading another country was against the law. The powers of the president in the waging and the way that war is waged today has been highly constrained after World War II in particular. After 1973, the War Powers Act comes into effect, and obviously it's highly contested by both Congress and the executive branch, what kind of constraint that actually is. The courts have been loath to weigh in on that in particular, but also on national security grounds. Politics is a significant constraint on the president and the executive branch. Congress does, the way we fund our defense sort of industrial complex, both the private sector as well as the military, the annual defense appropriation doesn't really include the funds for ongoing operations, as we see in Ukraine, for example. And so that Congress continues to play an extraordinary role in anything that we would think of in the use of force in ongoing operations. The current debates over, for instance, renewal of the 702 authorities in the visa system reflect great concerns here. So here's an example. So today, the United States could not defeat Japan or Germany as we did in World War II. And many people, many of us, myself included, look back on those military victories, not just as military victories, but as political victories, where following the military defeat of Japan and Germany, two of the greatest powers in the system, it was also a political defeat that enabled the United States and its allies to reform not just their governments, but their societies as a whole. Well, we could never do that today. And it's not a capabilities issue. The United States military, for example, has capabilities far in excess of what we had in World War II, setting aside the 14 million people under arms. The differences are the constraints. The strategic bombing campaign is simply off the table. The means by which we prosecuted the military defeat in Western Europe, if you study closely the behavior of American soldiers, huge fractions of them would be brought up on charges today. For the most part, I think the rules are there. Compliance lies in enforcement, and oftentimes, we're surprised that the executive or the executive branch doesn't want to enforce or compliance on itself, but if you've ever worked in athletics in a university, you find that that's not surprising. The second area, though, is leadership. What's that?
Not this university.
I could take the fifth on that one. So, leadership. So I'll give you a university example. At the University of Michigan about 20 years ago, there had been a series of unfortunate administrative events, and the then president, Mary Sue Coleman, pulled together a meeting of all the senior administrative staff, and she said, here's what we're going to do. Not only are all of you going to have to declare any conflict of interest you have, you're going to have to eliminate it. But not only are you going to have to eliminate your conflicts of interest, you're going to have to declare and eliminate all appearances of conflicts of interest. And you don't get to be the judge of the appearance. And so that policy was in place. It was a small c constitutional change. It was not a large c constitutional change in the operation of the university. After she was no longer president, the norm, the informal rule faded, and as people follow that university, they've found themselves in a number of untoward events since then. When leadership, and I think we can all think of the leader I'm about to talk about, conveys the view that compliance is for suckers, compliance suffers. It's a leadership issue. It's not an enforcement issue. It's not a compliance issue. It's not an emergency powers issue. It's a leadership pathology. Now, we can't legislate good behavior. We can try. I think all of us around this particular table and sitting in the room at one time or another have either tried to be party to or have been the target of people trying to legislate better or different behavior, and it rarely works out well. I think I just close on an observation about Dan Meyer's point that leaders reflect their constituents' preferences and expectations. And when we're not getting the leadership that we feel we need, or that feels with the need to constrain it, to limit their emergency powers, even in the anticipation of extraordinary emergencies that are potentially right down the pike, I think more oftentimes we should look inwardly about who are the constituents that are, in a sense, creating these problems that we find so difficult to deal with. Thanks.
Thank you, Alan. As you were talking about the constraints on the presidency from the war-making perspective, I was struck, though, or reminded, of course, that General Milley, at the direction of the Secretary of Defense, gets on the phone with the Chinese because he's afraid the president's going to use his war-making ability to get into a conflict to stay in power. So at least the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff didn't think he was sufficiently constrained to keep from making those phone calls. Phil, where do you come down on this question?
Well, people who actually work on emergencies tend very quickly to get down to cases. So before I offer generalizations about emergencies, let me tick off 3 cases that have all happened in the last 3 years. I think you'll agree these are not trivial cases. Case 1 is the COVID emergency, which was both a global and nationwide emergency, arguably on the largest scale since World War II, and in which we had the enormous challenges of nationwide emergency management and management of the nation's pharmaceutical industrial base. Case 2 would be Lend-Lease today and the defense industrial base. So as Eric pointed out, We're now in a potential pre-war condition. I don't think that observation has fully sunk in for a lot of people, but we are. I'm not being alarmist. I think it's not a hard statement to defend. And so there are a variety of emergency issues that have already arisen and have been arisen now for nearly 2 years. Third, AI, which if at least many qualified people are right, raises an imminent potential of extreme risk to societies. I'm going to be, the British government has invited me to participate in the AI Global Safety Summit they're hosting on November 1st and 2nd at Bletchley Park. So I've been hanging around very smart people about this subject, and I'll tell you they disagree about the level of risk, but very smart people are very concerned. Some are less concerned about right now, but a lot of them are very concerned about the next year or two, which is pretty soon. So you pick those 3 cases, and everyone here has some knowledge and experience of all of them. And I think if you reflect on those 3 cases, you could make at least a few tentative generalizations about them. First is in all 3 cases, the ex-ante authorities are actually relatively weak. In the COVID case, we tested our limits of emergency authority in the vaccine mandates. The courts kind of split the difference in a relatively sensible way, I think, actually, on the vaccine mandates issue. But on the great issues of national emergency management and how to mobilize the pharmaceutical industrial base, we did a very poor job at first. People think the CDC is a national public health agency. It is not. We still have the fundamental national public health system that we created in the Grover Cleveland administration. And almost all operational and executive authority are scattered among thousands of state and local, territorial, and tribal entities. And that continues to be the case actually today, and it showed. And ultimately, even in the desperate expedient of warp speed, then had to turn to the Department of Defense after the palpable failure of all the national health institutions, including HHS. So ex-ante authority is relatively weak in that case for sure, and then we could comment on Lend-Lease and AI. They're also very, very weak. Private sector is far ahead of governance on this. A second generalization one could make is that ex-ante operational capabilities are relatively weak, though in the Lend-Lease and defense industrial base case, I think that's a mixed story in which there were some strong ex-ante capabilities at the very high executive levels and operational coordination in Europe. But the capabilities to actually mobilize the defense industrial base have turned out to be weak, and that is still basically running in a peacetime mode, and it shows. And it's had very large effects already, which may get worse. And the operational capabilities in the government to do, say, model evaluations on potentially dangerous AI is almost non-existent, actually. The work that's being done now on those evals, government is basically asking the private sector to do it, and then hoping that companies will come up with good best practices that the government can at least say that that's good. So that's the second generalization. A third generalization is that Congress actually does work after the shock. And it works pretty well until the shock wears off. So that's not necessarily the locus where the failures were that usually is that the executive didn't have an intelligent idea of what to ask Congress to do and didn't have coherent policy designs, because Congress is willing to enact for a while kind of basically anything that was put in front of them. And then a final point is that in all 3 cases, the key source of emergency authority that's most relevant was the Defense Production Act. The Defense Production Act. which actually no one here has mentioned so far. This was an act passed in 1950 when the United States was deciding that it needed to get ready to wage World War III. And it got ready to wage World War III really fast, and then the act has stayed on the book. I've done some work involving the DPA and on all three of these cases, and people are straining to figure out how to get the DPA to work effectively. In the first case, the COVID case, they finally did actually get the DPA to work reasonably effectively in the context of warp speed. Actually, Pfizer opted out of it at first, and then more or less was forced to go in under the DPA at the end of 2020 when it realized it couldn't get the supply chain it wanted unless it accepted the DPA's strictures. But in that case, it worked. We're straining to use the DPA in the Lend-Lease defense industrial base problem for a variety of reasons, including just sheer political will. And in the AI case, people have actually not even begun to explore how it could be used in that case, and I've been trying to do some work on that. But my point, notice that what I've evoked now is an emergency power that actually is like a pre-war, war readiness emergency power. A power that was meant to be used to help the president mobilize the economy. And I think actually, rather than talking about our counterterrorism authorities or FISA authorities, which is a subject I used to dwell on many years ago, I think sadly this is a subject that needs our attention now.
Thank you, Phil. Fran and Mara, when Alan was listing all of the constraints on the national security response the president can have, I've thought of you two, because when you have to actually engage in trying to protect the country, having to deal with all of the constraints it must drive you nuts. So can you both explain, just from the day-to-day, what these constraints feel like, or you all can do as everyone else is and answer an entirely different question. Mara, go ahead.
So I said to myself, why are they having me on this panel? And I thought, well, because it was your job to deal with emergencies. And as it turned out, both on the counterterrorism side, it was both international and domestic, and on the homeland side, it was obviously domestic. I agree with Eric. I think on the national security side, we had particularly strong authorities that it's like muscle memory, right? We've had enough, regrettably enough practice at them that they're up to the task. The other thing I think people fail to think of when they think of emergency powers is that oftentimes the president, he has the ability to rely on the organic authorities of the agencies themselves. He doesn't need to reserve a power to himself. He can direct the Secretary of Defense or direct the Secretary of Homeland Security to use their own authorities. Here's where I think where I'd like to focus the conversation for a moment is how this plays itself out here at home. Because I think that's the place we've heard a lot of discussion over the last few days about Americans losing faith in the competence of government, the weakening of the institutions, and it's in a domestic crisis. That's where the government and the individual sort of collide. And I'll give you two examples. One very easy, very quick. Josh remembers the many phone calls from me. As you all know, when there's a fire, a flood, a hurricane, the first thing the states want is an emergency declaration. It gives them funding. It's quite transparent. Because believe me, and there are political constraints here, because if the president does not act quickly enough, you believe politics comes into play, and Congress will get involved, and the governors are involved. And so this is a place where the release of those funds allow the government to serve the individual at its darkest moment. You're without a home, you're without communications. And that has typically, across administrations, Republican and Democrat, I've worked for both, has worked pretty flawlessly. And it's become, it's never, in my experience, been played politics with. Because again, it goes to serving your constituency at an individual level, and that's in everybody's interest, no matter what party you're in. I'd like to now talk for just a moment about something that Bob raised, and that's the Insurrection Act. I think folks who don't remember this, who were not directly involved, this came up in the context of Hurricane Katrina. Normally, right, I used to say, if you have an emergency and you're waiting for the federal government to show up, you're in a world of hurt, because the people who are going to serve you best are the people closest to you at the state and local level. In the instance of Hurricane Katrina, we were quite careful in the White House not to say this at the time, but state and local government dissolved. It was not capable of serving its citizens. As you'll recall, the New Orleans Police Department disappeared. They were absent because themselves and their families were affected. And so the president was confronted with, did he need to trigger the Insurrection Act so that the federal government had authority to take over the response at the local level? This is, Andy Card was chief of staff, Josh was over at OMB. Josh is at OMB, and so there's lots of money involved here and consideration. And there were real debates among the president's advisors about whether or not, and the implications of doing this well beyond that single event, because it really implicates our whole federal system, right? The judgment at the time, based on the advice the president got, was not to implement the Insurrection Act. Not least of all, you talk about political constraints. The president's brother, who was the governor of Florida at the time, literally walked out to an impromptu press conference and said how strongly against the president invoking the Insurrection Act. It wasn't invoked there. It had implications in terms of the speed with which we were able to serve the citizens of New Orleans. And I can tell you, when the president charged me to go back and look at lessons learned, he has long wondered if he shouldn't, despite the negative politics for him and others, it would have certainly negatively impacted the governor and the mayor of New Orleans, whether or not he should have done it anyway, because of the impact on the individual. Having now explained this, the import of the Insurrection Act, I could not agree more with Bob. The importance of us understanding when and why we will ever use that. Because it strikes at the heart of a federalist system. You don't want an executive who may, for his own reasons, decide to implement it. I think there's not a whole lot of law built up around this or experience. And as a result, I think there needs to be a very transparent and common understanding of when and how and why we will ever use the Insurrection Act. Because I think it has also real long-term implications for the legal structure and how we run the country.
Thanks, John. I want to come at your question from not just the executive branch perspective, but the legislative branch, because I had the privilege of working early in my career as the chief counsel at the House Foreign Affairs Committee for Lee Hamilton, who was, I see a lot of nods around the table, single best teacher I could have, and how Washington is meant to function and how the country is meant to function. And so I went from that role to legislative affairs at the National Security Council, and ultimately chief of staff there, with some back and forth with the Hill. So the training I had from Lee early on, when he had a lot of staff debating the different politics of getting to X, Y, or Z, was let's figure out what the right thing to do is, and then let's figure out the pathway to getting there. Managing, not being oblivious to what the politics were, knowing there's always going to be politics, but set your sights on the horizon for the right thing to do, and then figure out the pathway. And I saw a lot of people do that on Capitol Hill, as well as in the executive branch in both the Clinton and the Obama administrations. And so I am less about what particular piece of legislation does X or Y, and more, how do you get the right group of stakeholders around the table? You heard both Louisa and Dan answer very clearly in the earlier panel that there's a majority of members of Congress who support the definition to me of what the right thing is to do, who believe in the institutions, even if they're not the loudest voices. And often, those people are not the loudest voices. You get to figure out, and you get a lot more done behind the scenes than with people in front of cameras all the time. So to me, you've got to figure out, and I thought Phil's 3 examples are very telling on a few points, because they're all issues where there is no line between domestic and international. And particularly now, as we're approaching the kinds of challenges we have in the world, I think that's an opportunity. Making our economy stronger, showing that we're delivering, that government can deliver for people, and doing it in real tangible terms, as someone on the earlier panel said, that the Defense Production Act can help that in a variety of ways. Eric had said yesterday, talked about the need of a whole of society approach. It's the same things. We don't divide between domestic and international. There's really not clear lines between what government does and where the American people are. And I think some of the ways to address the polarization challenges we have, they are very real, but is to show how government can make a difference, how there are a lot of people who care. You bring them together around specific issues of concern, whether it's pandemic response, whether it's safe and secure digital architecture, which would be my translation of some of the AI work, whether it's, and this is a harder one, on the industrial base. It's harder for people to feel the need, how putting money, for example, into defense and into private industry is actually critical for their ability to be secure day to day. I actually think President Biden's speech last night was an attempt to do some of that, to do some of the translation. But to me, the answers lie, and my experience has been, in getting the right groups of people together around virtual or real tables who come from a diversity of places and a diversity of thoughts and a diversity of experiences, who find the commonality in what they're trying to achieve. And I've seen it work, so I don't think it's idealistic, but it's very much like you got to slice away to get to the right thing to do, to get to that point on the horizon.
Just quickly, the slice away part, though, meaning you have to slice away with all the other dysfunction that's been the subject of all the other panels, to get the convening people at the table who have the right viewpoint and can get things done.
I guess what I mean by slice away is, and Louisa was mentioning this in another conversation, not at the table yesterday, was hitting singles and doubles. And I say this, and my brother should be quick to say I am not a sports fan, so I'm going to quickly get into trouble if people move it further. But you build the wins steadily to get to the place where you have the political alignment to make the bigger structural changes. And you keep your eyes on that horizon. At the same time, you know what steps are going to build your kind of staircase to it.
All right, Sally and Judge Ludig, we're talking here, the age-old question of presidential emergency power and who constrains it is of the moment, not just because it's always been of the moment in American government, but because of the last president we had. So, Sally, can you give me your sense of, well, obviously your firsthand experience, but also, these larger questions of the balance and who constrains a president, but also what was exposed by the last president, who may very well be the president again, and how we should think about constraints on executive power in an emergency when you've got somebody who will just declare an emergency.
Right. Well, I was thinking about Bob's comments about transparency as a measure to hold the president accountable and also to act as a chilling effect, essentially, for bad behavior. And I think that certainly is an important element, not just because of the chilling effect, but also because I think the transparency builds trust, the public's trust in what their president is doing. I actually, Griffin Bell, when he was Attorney General, used transparency to try to chill some of the conduct that President Trump was involved in. He has since said that he would publish on a daily basis a log of all of the calls that he received and all of the people who came to see him, because he was getting calls from the Hill and otherwise on criminal matters that were just out of bounds, and thought, you know, if I shine some light on this, maybe that, and it worked for him.
But I think what we saw in the last administration is that shining light on it doesn't always work, because what was happening there with respect to DOJ, and look, my prism on the executive branch is all through the Department of Justice, which I think is a unique agency of the government. But he's doing it right out loud and right in front of everybody. He's tweeting that you should be, initiating an investigation of Hillary Clinton, or, directing, although not officially directing, his attorney general to take certain actions. So here, transparency wouldn't be enough, because just because everybody knows he's doing it, it still undermines the rule of law if the Department of Justice acts on that. And even if they don't, it undermines the public's confidence that the department is acting with the type of independence that's absolutely necessary. I've already forgotten what your question was.
Oh,
and so
that's all right. That's all right. That puts you in good company
right
with
now.
everyone else. At least you admitted it. Everybody else is just. I'll reframe it slightly, which is so. Since this is supposed to be a reform-minded conversation. It seems to me one of the tensions is what reform would be necessary, but then also the reforms can constrain faithfully acting presidents in an incredibly harmful way in the world that Eric described.
Yeah, I worry about that a lot. I mean, I know that there was a big push when people seemed shocked that this wall between the White House and the Department of Justice is a norm and not really a rule. But I have to tell you, I worry about making it a rule or a law, and for this reason. While 99.99% of the time, there should be absolutely no interaction between the White House and DOJ on specific criminal cases, or civil cases for that matter. Not where, of course, DOJ is defending the administration, but otherwise. While the vast majority of the time that shouldn't happen, there are the rare exceptions when, for example, there may be a national security issue that is implicated by a particular criminal action. There can be an exchange of hostages that takes place. I mean, DOJ hates that, but it can happen sometimes. There can always be the very unique situation where there might need to be some type of communication between the president and the attorney general about a criminal matter. And so I would hate for there to be an absolute rule that can never occur. And I also worry a little bit about legislating to Donald Trump. I mean, frankly, I don't think we can imagine every possible way that a president like Donald Trump could abuse his interaction with the Department of Justice. And it's a bit of folly, I think, to try to come up with a list of all the things that the president shouldn't be able to do. But I am troubled that while it is a norm that there wouldn't be that interaction, that people have kind of gotten beaten down, and it's been normalized that you would have. And so while those of us who are in this world would still be shocked by that conduct, I worry that the general public, some folks don't think it's all that out of bounds for the president. I mean, he's the president, that's part of the executive branch. Why can't he tell them who to prosecute? And so all of this is more in identifying that this is a really thorny, difficult thing that I don't think has an easy answer with a regulation. But I do know that there has to be more life breathed into the norm. And I think that comes partly from people on both sides of the aisle reacting more vociferously when it does happen, to be able to remind everyone this is not the way the rule of law works, so that we don't then just normalize all of this, and not just for a potential Trump presidency, but others to come.
Right, and maybe speaking up by what they call charismatic dissenters. In other words, people within your party where it's in your political disadvantage to speak up, but
Absolutely.
you do speak up anyway. Judge, since that's what you did.
So John, you scared me there. So
sorry, you're at the end of the table.
Let me gather my thoughts.
Sorry.
in what lawyers call an excited utterance, which is admissible for its own sake, despite its otherwise unreliability. I have to tell this story first. As I look down the barrel of this 20-foot conference table at a prominent member of the mainstream media, I will confess I was intimidated yesterday by the fact that you were of the mainstream media, and I thought I acquitted myself pretty well, and I thought I would acquit myself well today again, until you had us turn around and look at Bob Bauer, who was not on the screen. Rather, it was you.
There's nothing I like more, Judge, than me on a screen.
Well, and there's nothing I like less than you on the screen.
Well, with that, you share the view of my family.
A colleague of yours in the mainstream media came up to me at breakfast this morning and accosted me in the words of Republicans. Actually, all he did was introduce himself and thank me for what I had done. And at the end of the conversation, he said he allowed that, gosh, I speak faster in real life than I do on television. To which I allowed to him that the reason for that is that I try not to speak any faster than my mind can think, and that he ought to try that occasionally himself. So to get more serious, not serious, but more serious, so I'm going to return to a theme that I struck yesterday, in the panel, albeit I'm going to do it sub silentio today without uttering the name that shall not be named, and say in as erudite a way as I can manage in the moment that in rotating over the executive power, we ought not over-rotate in response to the former president. The framers of our Constitution were pretty smart people, and they were prescient, if nothing else, and prescient about the powers of our tripartite government. They were focused even primarily on the powers of the executive, and they were skeptical. But they wrote a Constitution that very deliberately did not attempt to articulate the outer boundaries or limits of the executive power in particular, or for that matter, the congressional power, though by default of the legislative power, those outer limits were defined more than for the president, as they were for the judiciary. But the point for us today is that they very deliberately did not attempt to articulate the outer limits of the executive power, and that was to preserve for all time what I have referred to as a constitutional tension. That is, by design, a constitutional tension always between the executive and the Congress of the United States. No more so was that intended than in the so-called emergency powers or extraordinary powers. And of course, that's what has played out for 250 years, to my lights, quite beautifully. That's not to say that there are not tensions in the moment of crises, but the framers intended those moments to be resolved between and with the executive and the Congress. And so from the Department of Justice standpoint, take any crisis, or any assertion of executive privilege over any matter at all, as Sally knows, our only responsibility is to negotiate that dispute out with Congress such that it never goes to court. And so and they never do go to court until the name who shall not be spoken, right? So this was all by constitutional design, and it's worked famously well until the prior administration. And Donald Trump pushed the constitutional envelope of his executive powers under the Constitution, not just to the limit, but beyond the limit. And so I think I'll stop by just saying our first order of business, and we've been about this now for 3 years, frankly, is to address the abuse of the executive powers. The abuse says that were undertaken by the former president, up to and including accountability for January 6th and the efforts to overturn the election. We have to do that, then return to business as usual about addressing the arguable disparities in the power structure. So I think I said I would end with that, but I will still instead end with the fact that I hang on every word that Bob Bauer and Jack Goldsmith say and write. I think I reviewed their book when it came out, and I agreed with everything they said. But I also do what I'm told, and I read the essay for this thing, and what I took away from it was their distinction between, and I hope it's their distinction, between accountability for versus accounting for. So at least in that short essay by whoever wrote it, they were focused more on transparency, and with the thought that with transparency will come informed resolution of the dispute between the Congress and the executive, but also an informed electorate as to the disputes between the executive and the Congress.
Thank you, Judge. And I'll give Bob a chance to weigh in again and get more screen time for myself in a moment. But Andy's going to weigh in here at the end. Eddie, I want to ask you about impeachment, but take this in any direction you want. It seems to me that we've talked about norms and who maintains them, and the impeachment power for a president who makes himself obnoxious is a definition that's quite in the normie land. Mm-hmm. It's not in, there's no rule. And so this is driven by politics. And, even the rule of law is up for grabs when you have a party that gets behind a leading figure who says, don't listen to this judge, that's an Obama judge, don't listen to this jury, don't listen to this part of the system and that. Once you carve it away, there's just just thin little bits left. So take that anywhere you want to take it.
Yeah, well, thank you. And I'm glad you asked a question I'm actually prepared to answer. I think in a crazy moment, this close to the end of the conference, actually, answering the question seemed like a nice change of pace. So the text really here is George Mason at the Constitutional Convention, right? Shall any man be above justice? And the members of the convention grappled with that, of course. The answer was no, but how to do that and how to provide a mechanism for that was, of course, a difficult question. And the notion of impeachment and removal, which I have to remind my students are separate procedures, of course, which becomes important over time. Can that process work to rein in executive overreach? Judge Ludwig just put it nicely, the outer limits of the executive power, right? How do you police that boundary? Of course, they came up with treason, bribery, high crimes and misdemeanors. And then famously in Federal 65, Alexander Hamilton talks about the vague parts of that, high crimes and misdemeanors, as being, crimes that are political, relating to injuries done chiefly against society itself, the violation of some public trust. So at least in principle, separate from the criminal statute book, separate from something that's justiciable crimes. And of course, as members of Congress tried to figure this out, Gerald Ford famously said that an impeachable offense is whatever a majority of the House of Representatives considers it to be at a given moment in history, which is both true and a little trivializing. And it does lead to a worry, really, that Hamilton himself had in Federal 65, where he talks about impeachment likely to connect itself with the pre-existing factions. It will enlist all their animosities, partialities, influence, and interest on one side or the other, and thus will be decided by the comparative strength of the parties rather than innocence or guilt. Jefferson, a few years later, wrote that the most formidable weapon for the purpose of a dominant faction that was ever invented is impeachment. So the worry, of course, becomes that impeachment is a partisan exercise, that its vagaries are interpreted in the favor of that dominant faction, of a partisan faction. This was something that President Trump tweeted about on Christmas Day, 2019. Actually, you may remember, why should crazy Nancy Pelosi, just because she has a slight majority in the House, be allowed to impeach the President of the United States? And of course, the answer is, well, the Constitution allows that. Whether it's a good idea or not is a continuing question. I guess the good news is that I think over time people have taken impeachment seriously. Right? It has been something that has risen to the level of serious debate over time. Congress has, I think, to avoid this whole high crimes and misdemeanor mystery, often sought to find an offense in the statute book, perjury, obstruction of justice, violating the Tenure of Office Act, right? We talked earlier about Andrew Johnson, but in the end, again, his rhetoric was not the main point of the trial. It was his violation of statute, whether, of course, that statute was constitutional, was a side issue. Even the Impoundment Control Act made an appearance, right, in the first Trump impeachment. The second impeachment is sort of a dramatic exception, right? There are clearly criminal laws at issue, and those are being dealt with in the court system now. But really, that was about a political crime. And yet, of course, he was not removed from office. He was not barred from holding future office, thanks to some, in part, some clever, if cynical, manipulations of the Senate calendar and the Senate procedure, but also, of course, because of partisan polarization. Even in that vote, the only vote to have a majority for conviction since Andrew Johnson's, again, 2/3 vote was not achieved. And so the worry is that what Jefferson and Hamilton foresaw comes to pass over time in a 50-50 nation, right? There is actually no dominant faction. And so in a weird way, it augurs the constant invocation of impeachment, but without any real way to make it a meaningful tool of accountability. And in fact, Jefferson, and this is the right place to quote Jefferson multiple times, he had decided by 1820 that impeachment was an impracticable thing, a mere scarecrow. So you wave it to scare the president, maybe, but it doesn't need always to be taken seriously. Now, I don't have a 10-point plan to sort of substitute for serious impeachment other than to say that people should be serious. I've been reminded over the last couple of days of, I think it's the second to last episode of Succession. And I feel like saying to some of my elected representatives that, I'm a political scientist. I studied you for a long time. I love you, but you are not serious people. And unless they become serious, obviously, there's not, we've talked a lot about that already, not an immense subtraction for making impeachment serious, because we come back to Gerald Ford's point. It's going to be what the House and ultimately the Senate want to do. I do think the transparency regime that Bob and Jack have talked about is very important. I think you need to know what the president's doing. You need to be able to get information, and the public needs that information before they select a president. I'm very much in favor of the kinds of reforms that Cy endorses to enhance congressional oversight of emergency powers. I think that makes sense. The long-term use of war powers or emergency powers, I think, do need affirmative congressional backing. There have been proposals to switch the default, right? So that instead of a requiring a 2/3 veto override to actually end a presidential declaration or use of force under the War Powers Resolution, that those should expire and have to be, again, affirmed by a positive vote of Congress. I do think it would be helpful to look back over sort of leftover authority, statutes that are lying around, what was the phrase in Korematsu, like a loaded gun? The Insurrection Act has been mentioned, the DPA. I would add the Public Health Service Act from 1943, which was used a lot during the COVID crisis, in good ways, arguably, and perhaps bad, when Title 42, the entire part of the codes of the United States, becomes shorthand for immigration, not reform, but truncation. That strikes me as a possible problem. So in short, I guess I want to go to Charles Black, who in 1974 said that Congress is by no means in a position of having to sit idly by until time comes to sharpen the impeachment spear. Right? There are lots of things Congress can do. We've talked for 2 days now about why they don't do some of these things, but again, you could do real and not show oversight. You could investigate. Doug Kreiner, colleague at Cornell, has written a lot about the power of investigation, actually, to shape opinion and to find fact. Can obviously use the power of the purse, can create commissions that do worthwhile investigations, say the 9/11 Commission. It could legislate in more specific terms, which would get away from some of the arguments over delegation that we've been falling into. I would actually like to see more capacity for its own sake. I take Phil's point that Congress will often pass what the president proposes in a given emergency. I'd like Congress to be able to actually vet that proposal, to be able to tell this is actually kind of a crappy piece of legislation, to be able to develop its own, perhaps. I mean, again, this is perhaps not quite wishful thinking. I do think there have been some useful efforts. Congressman Payne talked about the Modernization Committee. Phil Wallach over at AEI has written some, I think, useful things about Congress. Kevin Kosar, his colleague there as well. There's a Princeton set of working groups on congressional capacity that are moving forward. So there are some chances, I think. It doesn't just have to be more bourbon in the old sort of 50s and 60s cliche that everybody would get together and solve the problem by drinking some bad liquor. I'm all for more liquor, but it's not necessarily the entire solution here. So again, just to add a couple things that have been brought up, I think if impeachment does wind up being reserved then for political crimes, that leaves a lot of possible criminal crimes that need to be dealt with, and they're going to have to be dealt with really in the courts and in the judicial system, as well as, though, in the executive branch. This comes back to the question of DOJ independence. How to make that happen. We're seeing right now, right, the possibility of criminal trials being consumed by faction, but at least there we have a former president, I think little question, despite his own lawyer's contention that there's any kind of immunity there from criminal prosecution. I would like to raise the question for this audience, and certainly for the former acting attorney general, about whether the Department of Justice mandate that a sitting president cannot be indicted for a crime should be revisited. At least 2 independent counsels have thought that was bad legal doctrine. I asked the question. And then that circles back to judicial legitimacy, which has come up a couple of times. If courts are making decisions ranging from everything about statutory interpretation in terms of executive action, all the way again to possible criminal actions by presidents, whether they're culpable, the notion of clarity, trust, legitimacy, Barbara Perry's paper raised, Bob, I think Cerati raised earlier as well. That becomes crucial. I mean, at the present moment, we seem to live in a land where the same words in a federal statute mean something quite different if you're in a district court in Texas rather than a district court in San Francisco. That seems hard to maintain, and yes, it moves up the system. But that strikes me as an issue as well. So anyway, I wanted to tee up some of those points for further discussion and hope for serious people to grapple with them.
Excellent. We have about 15 minutes or so. Sally, I'd like to hear what your thoughts are on that. Let me go first to Bob, though, since you're in the distant place and I can't see you nodding. If you want to say something, if you wanted to add anything, and meanwhile, the rest of you at the table and those of you in the back benches, if you have a remark or something that's been sparked by this, just give me a nod and we'll carry out our last 15 minutes. Bob, any last thoughts?
He says, just one quick thought about the question of when it is a good time, not a good time to consider these issues. I think earlier a comment was made, a perfectly reasonable comment was made that, maybe right now on the precipice of all these national security potential emergencies, actual emergencies, anticipated emergencies, it would not be in the nation's interest to engage in any activity to constrain presidential emergency power. I can't say that I agree with it. I want to think about that some more, but it seems to me that given the United States' definition of its role in the world, which is, obviously an expansive definition, and all throughout my lifetime has meant that we have been on the precipice over any number of years of really, really significant national security crises or emergencies. I think that would mean that this is a debate that would be just simply too long deferred. And there are responsible actions that we can take, in my view, that would not ultimately hamper the president's ability to respond to real emergencies. So I worry about any given moment being cited as a bad time to do something because it takes so long to get it done. And in the period of time that we wait, or during the period of time immediately after one emergency that we think the moment has come, interest will wane, and soon there'll be another emergency upon us. And the only other comment I wanted to make very quickly is I'm second to none, as you can tell from the title of our book and the basic thrust of the book that I wrote with Jack Goldsmith. I'm second to none in my profound concern over how Donald Trump thought about the presidency, choice of verb in dispute, and acted while president. But I do think we need to look back over the expanse of American history and recognize that the ground was in many ways made very fertile for that kind of abuse. Presidents before him, in circumstances where they were more experienced and knew better, took actions that were very questionable, actions that were, if you will, maybe not quite autocratic in character, but heedless of the question of how best to define the boundaries of presidential authority, when to bring Congress into those conversations. I'm thinking, for example, of Jack Kennedy's performance during the Cuban Missile Crisis, which was widely lauded at the time, in many respects very effective. But when he brought Congress in after days and days of deliberation within the administration about how to respond to the Russian missile emplacement in Cuba, some members of Congress expressed a view about what might be done, and he told them, it's none of your business. It's up to me. And so I raised the question of when the right time is, and I think it's probably, depending on the responsibility of the action taken, just about any time.
Sally.
Thank you. Anyway, I really enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you, Bob. Sally, your thoughts on whether a sitting president can be indicted?
I'm going to answer the question I think was actually asked,
okay.
and that was, should OLC revisit the issue, right? Right. I will confess, I have not studied the OLC opinion closely enough to opine now as to what my personal view on that is. But I do think that the notion that a sitting president can't be indicted has confounded enough people to where it is worth the Department of Justice looking at it again. The issue is when. I mean, if you were to do that, on the precipice of actually indicting the president, then that decision doesn't appear to have legitimacy because it looks like you're just reversing the DOJ prior guidance to be able to go after whoever this guy is. It's also kind of weird, though, for OLC to revisit an opinion or issue an opinion when there's not an issue on the table. So I get your point, and that opinion and that directive has certainly perplexed people and also sort of undermined this idea that no one is above the law. So I understand that, but I will confess I haven't studied the opinion closely enough to really have a view, although I bet there are people in this room who have.
Yes.
So that's, yeah.
I don't want to jump around because I'm not going to, it's not on this point, but it's on what Bob just said just
Grab it, and
before.
I don't think somebody will be shy if they'd like to revisit
Okay.
Sally's.
Thanks. I will preface it by saying I am not the child of divorce, and I still want to find the in-between ground between what Bob was saying and what Eric said. And to me, it's there because I think that the very good arguments that Bob and Jack Goldsmith made about, that also seem to me very practical on the transparency side, on putting sunshine on things, which in itself can lead to accountability. I think there's a solution set there that doesn't implicate what I agree with Eric are very real concerns about unintended consequences in terms of constraining a president. And I very much worry about any of the time clock measures on legislation, having lived through that on, again, both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. Those are rife for unintended consequences. They sound great when people pass them. And then what happens, let's say, you put a time clock on, and I don't know, hypothetically, your House can't elect a speaker. And that precludes you from being able to take the action that the majority of people agree is in the national security interest of the United States. But I think in the transparency space, you could get stuff done that fulfills what I think, again, all legislators should have to take as the Hippocratic Oath of do no harm as a starting place. And I think you could concurrently execute in a variety of ways a review of existing legislation on the books for a variety of purposes. I think some of it can be reused. I think Defense Production Act probably has enhanced utility in a variety of ways. Maybe it needs amendment, maybe not. But you could do a review of everything that's out there for what's working and what's not. So that ideally then you work with a problem solvers caucus equivalent for a future Congress on how you address those things. And you've got the transparency stuff going in the meanwhile, but you're trying to ensure you're doing nothing that does harm at the same time.
Maybe that clock could be working days, not just days, but working days in Congress. That would
define working days.
Yes. Yes, please, sir.
So would this be the appropriate moment for me to reclaim my time to,
Yes.
to deal with it?
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
So the term deep state, dedim devlet in Turkish, is an importation into American political discourse from Turkey. And it derives from the Kamala system put in place by Ataturk, who Lord Kinross, his biographer said, accomplished a liberal end with very illiberal means, and he left, unresolved the question of what's the military's role in politics, what's the role of ethnicity in the nation, what's the role of religion in society, and what's the role of the state in the economy. And when Turkey moved to multi-party politics in 1950, there was a sense that there was a group in the military, the intelligence services, the judiciary, in some cases organized crime, that were conspiring among each other to maintain the secular Kemalist system and repressing the Kurds and repressing pious Muslims, et cetera. To paraphrase the late Lloyd Benson, I've been ambassador to a country that arguably had a deep state. I think I can recognize the deep state when I see it. And the United States of America does not have a conspiratorial deep state. And we shouldn't, to Sarah's point, confuse it with the administrative state we do have. I yield back.
Yes, all right. Yes.
Yes.
We are almost on time, but if any in the galleries, Phil, I wanted to ask you a question just in our last seconds here. You mentioned that Congress is good after the fact. How could Congress be better before the fact? Or is that not their role?
Oh, actually, of course they could be better before the fact. And what they could do, for instance, is say, what are the emergencies that we're really worried about, and what are the operational capabilities we'll want to have on hand if this happens? And what do we need to do to put that in place? So I'll give you actually an example of a partial success story out of the COVID context. So you remember the anthrax scare in 2001, but there was some abiding concern about biological hazards. And then famously President Bush read a book about the pandemic of 1918, which his aides would later refer to as the $7 billion book by a man named John Barry. And actually, and what happened then is Bush went to Congress and said, we actually need to do a lot of things to get ready for a possible enormous biological event. And Congress then passed legislation to do that. And actually, everyone involved, by the way, in that era looks back on it nostalgically, is that there was actually a period of relatively high preparedness for a public health emergency that's generally dated between, circa 2005 to about 2015 or so. And then things began to just kind of lapse and fade and dissipate and kind of disappear. But that was actually a case where the president and Congress moved together proactively to stockpile things, create new administrative capacities, and so on, for a danger that they were aware of that hadn't happened yet. So this is not some unrealistic utopian ideal. It can happen. There are examples where it's happened. Maybe others can think of additional ones. But then to contrast that, say, with the legislative response to the COVID crisis. I was involved in a lot of discussions about should we have a national COVID commission. And I'll just tell you, frankly, that neither party wanted to have any legislative agenda addressing the lessons learned from the largest health crisis to hit the country in our lifetime. Neither party wanted to fundamentally change the capabilities of the country to meet another such health emergency. I can go into a lot of detail about the politics of that issue in both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, and why they didn't really. Of course, the only reason you create a national COVID commission is to help it drive legislation. They didn't want to create the commission because they didn't want to drive legislation. That's true of the Biden administration as well as the Republican side. That was a political calculation made at the top of the Biden administration, not just a policy calculation. So that's an example where here's one case in the early 2000s where we moved proactively and did good. And then another case where we've experienced a horrific emergency and have basically done nothing structurally to learn from it.
I believe Fran was the one who was in the line of sight when the president came back from that weekend where he'd read John Barry's book.
Yeah, and I would just, Philip is correct. Look, that is a positive example of being proactive. That was driven personally by the President of the United States. That was not staff, that was the President. And when asked why, his response was, yes, it's the 100-year event. We saw Katrina, that was the other 100-year event. We're not going to have another 100-year event we're not prepared for. And he drove that out of the Oval Office. I would remind folks, however, having taken that on proactively, those of us who were directly involved were the subject of late-night comedy and criticism from the mainstream media that we were dreaming up things, problems to worry about that didn't exist. And so you want to do this, it is good governance, but you also have to have sort of the public will to support that kind of good governance. And it sort of takes us back to conversations earlier in these 2 days where people just don't know, and they don't know what they don't know what to worry about. And so it's hard to build that sort of public support for that kind of proactive approach.
By the way, it is worth just noticing, even though the preparedness lapsed and went way down, had that structure not been built in the early 2000s, the general response, including the rate of vaccine development, would actually have been much worse, and easily on a worldwide basis, another 1 million people die, more. So that's actually a case where the work that was done 20 years ago was not futile. It just turned out to be people kind of let things pass, and it wasn't as ready as it needed to be.
And Fran, on behalf of the mainstream media, I'm sorry you got accused of dreaming up things. That's usually our job. Are there any other last? Oh, yes, indeed, sir.
Really quickly, Phil's comment about the failures of politics to deal with our most recent COVID crisis. reminds me of Josh's excellent point with which I very much agree this morning about the significance of the private sector in caring for the good of the American people. And perhaps, although FDA certainly had something to do with the speed of pharmaceutical company innovation, perhaps through lessons learned from what we went through not being ready, we can improve the circumstance, the preparedness for something in the future. But I think the private sector really stepped in a way that perhaps government failed us.
Bill, I hand it over to you. Unless, yeah.
Well, thank you, and thanks to everybody. I want to start by thanking our team. It happens to be Christina's birthday. I think you, by the quality and the spirit of the conversations, I think you've given her a birthday present that she's worked very hard in the last year to earn. So, and that goes to the rest of our team. You know, there are two guys upstairs and Sheila, who keeps pushing, clicking a mouse on your faces when you speak so that your name can show up on the screen. Rob at the soundboard, June and Reed and Kelly and Camille, who have helped greet you and escort you in, Andrew and Nancy and Jen, who have been will be processing the receipts to reimburse you for your travel. Alfred, who has been scheduling your hotels and cars and the like. Lindsay, who helps manage all of this, and Howard and the communications team, who will help us synthesize this and start to do a little bit of public promotion to our friends watching out there in video land. You were not the most important audience, but you were an important audience. The people we saw yesterday, people tended to stick with about 3.5 hours of yesterday's 4.5 hours of conversation. I see the glass is more than half full there. And to you all for staying with us for 2 days. There were people coming in and out, but for those of you who have been with us, particularly for the 2 days, we're so appreciative. There is one more event this evening. Judy is going to moderate a discussion in the Paramount that's going to include, let's see, Laura, Mike Emanuel, and no, Peter's unfortunately had to stay in D.C., our colleague from the Atlantic, Elena from the Atlantic. So we hope you will attend that. That starts at 5 o'clock. But even if you don't, we really thank you all, particularly our moderators. You all stepped in, kept the conversation moving, kept us laughing. And even if you didn't have the gavel, you wielded the gavel. As another UVA graduate, I think of Pete Seeger. If I had a hammer, I'd get hammered in the morning, I'd get hammered in the evening, all over this land. But with that, I get to gavel us to a close and thank you all.